bit late. I was actually not keeping my YouTube open so that it didn't give me feedback.
That's okay. We seem to be live now, so it's all good.
So we're on. Okay, good. Listen,
Yes.
I'm so sorry, everybody. My mistake. I thought we were already live. Turns out we weren't live. To those of you that are out there that have missed the first minute of introductions, we've got the most amazing crew here. We've got Killelle. Kylle's a decoder. He's a master decoder. He's a numerologist. He's dipped his fingers into all aspects of the occult. We've got a Reiki master here. He's an amazing musician, blues rock musician, and a great healer. Obviously, he's been doing this for a long time. He's got experience. He's got the most amazing, humble way about him. We've got Ramah, that's a gifted seer, even though she hasn't been trained formally. She's just born with a gift. She'll tell you her story. She grew up in an ashram as a child. She's had the most amazing life in an interesting way. We've got Ronin, he's a breath of fresh air, world traveler, also a decoder, feet on the ground, highly shamanically inspired individual. Nature talks to him. He's nature's child. We've got LiberLam, who's just a king of philosophy. The man's got a head for philosophy. He was born to know things. Killelle and him are going to bounce off each other like balls. And he's also got a broad sphere of experience and knowledge. We've got Fire-Fey that's connected to the Fey. She's a medium. She does this kind of work as well for a living. I've only just met her tonight. She is the wife of Stjin Fawkes, who is himself, he's a pagan. He practices pagan ritual magic, shall I say? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And he's got a YouTube channel, which is really, really awesome. You should go and follow it. We'll plug everything as we go on. And then we've got Soraya, who's a poet. She's a mystic in her own right and a philosopher. Wonderful lady. We've also got Markia, who's just a breath of fresh air, full of love, a meditation man, connected to large schools of people practicing meditation, grounded, practical way of looking at the world. We are hoping to be able to get one other person in. She hasn't been able to get in. It's MoonFeather. I'm not quite sure what the problem is. There should be facility for another 2 people to be in the back, and we're going to be switching out. I was going to jump out for a while, but maybe I can find a way to send her a new code. I don't think it's going to make a difference though. So there we go. Let's get going. Let's get the ball rolling. We're also live on Facebook, by the way, and here we are. So anybody want to push the ball out as we start with the sphere of divine masculinity?
I'd maybe like to bring up a way that I see divine masculinity kind of shaping theological history, where a lot of our early theological notions come from the idea of justice, and we're kind of coming from, a place of natural libidinal expression. It's like we live in a community, we are surviving in nature and kind of trying to live in harmony with that. And then we start kind of individuating, and as individuals, we have to be in some way bound by a sense of justice. And so in a way, it's like, I think in modern times, we lose this sense of the divine masculine, which in kind of individuating, in separating in your own spirit and doing your own thing, also coming back into the feminine spirit, coming back to nature. And so I see it as like a balance. And I think that's I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. What a way to kick the ball out there. Don't hold your punches. What are your thoughts, Ian, with regards to the masculine dynamic?
Yeah, I've been putting a bit of thought into this today just to see what I kind of like feel from it, and it's right what LiberLam was saying, about this level of balance that we all have to kind of navigate with within life. And I often think of the divine feminine and the way the divine feminine and the divine masculine work together, and the feminine bringing this level of creation into the world, the masculine bringing the actual action to bring that creation into movement, to bring life to it. And it really is it's just really is all about this level of balance that we all have within us, and maintaining that as well, and trying to find a level of maintenance within that, within modern life, because there just seems to be so much confusion, doesn't it, just put out there into the planet of just everything just seems to be so mixed up, the energy of everyone and everything, and it can affect us in so many different ways. And just trying to find that connection of love again within us, and bring it into the feminine and the masculine.
Yeah, I feel like we've got to a point where a lot of people kind of don't really know what feminine or masculine is. So maybe we should try to define that, if it's even definable, because I feel like you're kind of shamed in society for either way, whatever you come across, whether people think you're masculine or feminine, like you're not supposed to have either these days or whatever. And yeah, I think that's a bit of an issue, that it's sort of like we don't know the reality anymore. So there's a lot of play on that at the moment. So yeah, I find that bizarre.
May I chime in real quick? Peace to the room, everyone. Greetings, peace and harmony. It's a true honor to be here. You guys are all amazing. I found this book. Books have been finding me, and this is at my local coffee shop. This was written in the 70s. This is written by, hold on, let me try. Hold on.
Loving men.
Loving
for all
men.
The right reasons.
For all the right reasons, yes. This was written by a woman in the 70s. I'm just going to read like 2 sentences. This has to do with the old traditional way of pairing 2 young people together to make a family, and compared to right now. So just a short read. Many of the societal changes that serve to create the single society are welcome signs of progress. However, the disillusion of mores and the lack of structure they entail make life more trying. The net effect of this radically changed the social climate is that more and more women have discovered that with the societal pressure off, they cannot find a partner. A frightening revelation, difficult to cope with. Each individual woman who desires a mate must now work to find a partner without much assistance. When prior, the kind of destruction of the nuclear family, which really is where a lot of us have found our tribe, our strength, and promote. Can someone mute their mic? I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. Sounds like someone's doing dishes. But this was an attack based on traditional values to weaken everyone. So you don't have that in-house built-in male figures to look at, to have an example of a divine masculine, to have an example of a divine feminine. We can kind of look to some of our elders, maybe if they're in the like 80s and 90s, older women and older men. But this was, in my opinion, an attack to, in the name of progress, it's really regress, and everyone's weaker, everyone's more unhappy. Even in a practical sense, maybe Stjin has a son and I have a daughter, and we want to unite our tribes, our households, because it would benefit all. You know what I'm saying? And we would go, hey, you guys go walk around, hold hands, see if you guys, vibe. And then that becomes a union. And now it's not just 2 people. It's not just a guy and a girl getting married. It's like 2 whole households. Right. Yeah. In some cases, this is even like business deals. You know what I mean? So yeah. I just want to throw, and then that is even more strength. We're uniting the tribes quite literally, uniting households quite literally. So nowadays, you have women, like this just said, women kind of they don't have those kind of pair up. And you can go, I don't like him, I like him. But the parents, the wiser people, though the elders are kind of going, you guys would make good pairs, as opposed to everyone running around the streets, you know, drinking alcohol. I don't, you know what I mean, and making really bad decisions as young people, men and women, right? So now that really changes the. How do you see a masculine, a proper masculine mate, right? And you know, I just want to throw that out there. And then of course everyone's grows up in broken homes. The men are outside the home and all that whole scenario. So now we grow up and we don't even have an example of divine feminine or masculine because everyone's. And that's that's not an organic. And I'll be quiet. That's not an organic, natural progression. That's a influenced, unnatural attack. Actually, it's a psyop. It's a actual military attack to weaken society in order for to take them over. Now this is 3D level stuff, but that's what that's about. So anyway. You guys get it. I don't need to keep going on.
No, I mean you're absolutely right. Like it used to be in, well, let's just call it in pagan times. You know, there was a way to connect the tribes. You know, especially if they were like rivaling tribes, for example, like tribal warfare, or like that was a thing. Not everybody lived in harmony. Like we love to think that everybody in tribal times lived in harmony, but there was definitely tribal warfare. So, you know, what would you do? You take the daughter of the chieftain and the son of the other chieftain and put them together. Be like, here, you know, like you two make peace and, you know, make babies. And that way we can, you know, bring the tribes together and like stop the warfare, you know, and then like maybe eventually it would grow into like just this one major tribe. And in the, well, let's say upper echelons of society, especially here in Europe with the European royal families, that's still the case. Like you mentioned, you know, for political reasons, for reasons of power, you know, it's like, oh, let's marry I don't know, like one of the Dutch princes with one of the, you know, Danish princesses to, you know, strengthen the bonds and strengthen the economic bonds, the political bonds, whatever, you know, and that way, like, I mean, basically the whole of like the European royalty is family, not even like that much further down the line. You know, they're all cousins and second cousins and whatever, because, you know, they have that power. They want to keep that power, so they intermarry. Well, you know, if you do that a little too much, you get, you know, the Habsburg family who had that just amazing jawline.
They're like royal inbred.
Royal inbreed.
That's going way further than, you know, like the American South. You know, Uncle Daddy, Auntie Mama. That's like your father is your.
Hey,
your
be careful now. You're talking to your wife on here too.
I know. Like, I mean, come on, you know that's what's going on there. It's just European royalty is even worse.
But that's like another reason why you and I work so well, is because I'm in touch with my divine masculine and I'm teaching you how to be in touch with your divine feminine. Yeah. And that's why we work so well together, is because the way that we describe ourselves all the time is he's the yin to my yang and I'm the yin to his yang. And that's why we work so well, is because we help each other be in touch with our divine feminine for him and my divine masculine for myself. And we combine it together. And that's why we work so well together, is we just bring it together and we're able to work at it together and separate.
At the same time, it's also why we like kind of, you know, butted heads at the beginning, because I was too much in my masculine. I had my shields up and my walls up like too high and too thick and too strong, and not letting anything or anyone in.
But I've always been in touch with both sides.
Yeah, I mean, you have. Yeah, with me, like there was also part trauma response.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, once I saw that, you know, you do mean well, and it's coming from a place of love and coming from a place of true kindness, you know, we connected in that.
I love something that they brought up about the woman initiating the men into the divine feminine, which is, from my perspective, the inner reality, the reality of the psychic sphere, the impressions that we can gain, that inducting force, which takes us inward, which is very true. I mean, I'm seeing the Empress card of the tarot pack flashing before my mind when she says that, of the ring of truth, which is sort of fundamental. And touching on what Ronin said as well, there just aren't enough real men anymore. The women have like really lucked out. You know, they're struggling to find real men. I have so many clients that come to me and they're like, men just don't want to commit. Men are like, they're just, a man's supposed to be like a tree, in my perspective, solid, rooted, stable like a rock. And the woman sort of creates a vortex around the male of this feminine divine spark, the internal spiritual going inward. And the man's supposed to root that energy, and there's a certain element of self-sacrifice that's necessary for a man to be a man. And men have forgotten how to sacrifice themselves. You look, I see the image of Shiva and Parvati when Parvati gets angry and she's going to dance the entire creation out of being. And Shiva lies down on the ground for Kali to calm down. We've all seen that wonderful picture, the great necklace she wears of heads. It's a little bit of an eye stumble to take in when you consider the image. But there's something quite profound in this, talking about the masculine, and it does seem to be by design. This entire wokest agenda that we're suffering is just, it's knocking the manhood out of men. And the food, let's not even not mention the food, because the food is designed to drop testosterone levels. And that is really where it starts.
That really inspires me, what you said. The part about sorry, lost my train of thought. What I was kind of thinking along the lines of is, in the modern times, we have kind of overemphasized the importance of being self-made, of kind of finding your value as an independent person, whether it be through business or something like that. And I think that specifically is something that breaks out our roots in our community. And that's a way in which the divine masculine has kind of taken a dark angle. It's been twisted into something that it's not supposed to be, which is that vitality is turned into well-being. It's redirected and ordered in a way that promotes harmony. And so, yeah, something you said just got me thinking about that.
But it's the other way around too. Like, so many women, I don't mean to bad talk women in any way, but there are so many women who expect a man to, you know, still be traditional and still be a gentleman and still be chivalrous and whatever. But, you know, what is she giving in return? Nothing much. You know, she doesn't cook, she doesn't clean, she isn't the traditional woman that a traditional man is expecting. So why would man be traditional? You know, it's called it's kind of a derogatory term, but hoflation. You know, I know, but it's, you know, it's, they want more, they're expecting more, but they're giving less. So the value of average women, I mean, not that there's like an average woman here.
Say, be careful.
I know, honey, I know. What I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Don't mind if I jump in for a second.
Well, and that's the thing too, like with our relationship is we're very long distance right now. And, you know, we have found ways to keep that spark alive between us where, you know, he cooks and I cook the same meal. Is it to the same level that he does? No. But we still do things. We even practice. I'm trying to get him into it more, but we even do yoga together. We do all things together. And that's why with my yoga practices, I try to invoke the masculine side in me and invoke the feminine inside him, and we come together.
I think
It's very
with this
important.
kind of engineer, I think with
Please
this
don't let me
engineered
cut you off.
regression of the, I think with the engineered regression of masculine and femininity, the feminine, we've been knocked out of our heart, both of us, into our heads. And so you get masculine and feminine as opposed to divine masculine and divine feminine. And it's just bringing those back down to the heart. Then we can invoke, you know, the unity, the balance of both, because we're blessed that we can, you know, the masculine can dive into the feminine when they need that internal retrospection or healing. And then they can step into their outward expression to protect the healing they've just been on or been through.
Yeah, I agree so much. Like, I feel like it comes down to authenticity. It comes down to, we live, sadly, in a very artificial way, in every way, spiritually, materially, psychologically, emotionally. Like, not, you know, it's that thing of not knowing what's real again, and like Mark saying, needing to come back into the heart, which I have to admit I don't always find you know, easy. You know, we hear these terms a lot, like toxic masculinity, which I think is really harmful, actually, because I think if there's such a thing as toxic masculinity, then there's such a thing as toxic femininity. And I am sure there have been times when my boyfriend thinks I'm toxic, and I'm not doing it on purpose. And I'm sure there have been times where, well, I'll just say where I think he's been very toxic. And that's, you know, we can see this across society. Obviously, it's not a special case for me or anything. But there's a lot of like gift giving we can do with each other, like healing with each other, instead of being like, you're toxic, no, you're toxic, no. Maybe it's just a case of like working on that authenticity a lot, like to know, what am I actually? Like, I have to say, like, not just like, oh, as a woman, but just as a human being in general. You know, I sometimes think, or as just a being or in an energy in general, I'm like, what am I? You know, what am I? Why am I? All of these kinds of things. And I think like those kinds of questions are actually the what am I, why am I, are really important for these kinds of conversations. And yeah, like Mark was saying, like coming back into the heart probably has a lot to do with that.
That has most of it to do with that, actually.
Please, Soraya, do continue. Don't let me cut you off.
I think you brought up something so valuable with the dilemma of the heart, like living in a heartful way, because it is something that has to bring people together. You can't do it in isolation. And I want to keep it brief because I know Soraya was trying to talk as well, but I wanted to say that was a yeah.
Yeah, what I was trying to say, the most important thing to do is to start living from the heart, because when you start living from the heart, the logic will catch up.
But living from the
Very
heart.
good point, the heart. Expressing the heart. I think maybe her stream is getting interrupted. Maybe she's saying something too true. This is all very, very close to the heart.
That could be. That could be. Can you hear me now?
A little too loud, but
okay. But what I was trying to say, I'll repeat it, and not too hard, but when you start living from the heart, your logic, the mind, will catch up and then a balance will be created.
It's
think that
making me think about a comment that was made by Josh. And Josh is an awesome pagan. I met him the other day on one of Stjin's live streams where I was privileged enough to join him and meet Josh. Lovely character. Unfortunately, he's busy with his kids, so he couldn't be here. But he did add something to it. And he mentioned Odin and how Odin embodied the masculine principle completely without dilution. And when you study the life of Odin, you see that he sacrificed himself to the world tree, literally. He got crucified. So we've got some kind of a story here about crucifixion. And as we look into the various different occult traditions, we notice this crucifixion thing. I mean, we know someone else was crucified, right? So this crucifixion thing is a part of our history, this ritual, this rite, this expression. And this is right about the heart. I mean, if you imagine what crucifixion is, it's about, opening your arms up and being strapped to a cross, and everything's pointing to the same place. Your head, your feet, they're all aligned with your arms and your hands, and they're all pointing back at the heart. So the crucifixion is suffering. So you could say that the masculine side of the force is the ability to endure suffering with equanimity and to sacrifice oneself. And that's the action that comes out of masculinity, because I like to think of masculinity as action, and femininity is the receptivity, as bringing it into yourself, learning and growing. This is a feminine principle, which is why men get initiated into the mysteries by the woman, because it's the learning side of the force. The act of doing the karma yoga, that comes to the masculine side, which is fundamental to the spiritual path of all traditions. And so the life of Odin is a wonderful example for me personally to look at this perfection of the masculine force. And once again, it's crucifixion out of it. What are your thoughts on this? And any of you would like to ask any questions into the
well, the case with Odin is like self-sacrifice. That's something that comes up, so very often. And like he hung for 9 days on a windswept tree, but he also hung upside down. Like not just any regular hang, but even upside down. Like he literally had to, to flip himself. He had to turn himself over to be able to gain that ultimate knowledge, to gain the magic of the runes. But Odin wasn't. I mean, he is the furious one. He's the furious god. He's the strongest of the Aesir by far. At least when it comes to magical terms. But he was also taught Cider by Freya. And Cider is a very female, very feminine form of magic. And, even as a god, he got quite a lot of flack for that, actually. Like, what is a male god doing being taught female magic? There are stories, and I don't know how much of that is actually Christian propaganda and how much of it is true, but that he cross-dressed, that he quite literally embodied a female, embodied the feminine in order to get taught feminine magic, to get taught female magic, to become the divine feminine, or really get in touch with that. So, self-sacrifice and really having to embody the divine female, the divine feminine. Like, just Odin himself he's such a powerful god, and it's for a reason. It's because of all of this, because he caught all the flack. He hung from that windswept tree. He sacrificed himself to himself. He sacrificed an eye for the ultimate knowledge, throwing it in the well of Mimir. So he sacrificed a lot, but he became the strongest magic practitioner in the whole North Germanic faith. So
let me chime in. That's beautiful, Stein. Thank you, my friend. Is Killelle? Can we let Killelle in? Is he in the back room? Is there a button that you have to press? One question I'm thinking of, and I could really use some wisdom here. Is I'm here in this avatar as a male
I'm
human.
sorry, Killelle, I didn't realize you weren't there. Sorry to interrupt you. Please continue.
Yeah. So, and you have Rema. She has a female species. But obviously these are loaned, right? These are these are loners. So when we go, I believe, when we remove and we move on, there is no masculine and feminine kind of in whatever goes in the oneness, whatever term you want to phrase that. So, I'm just curious, how does that come into play? Are we here for lessons? I'm here to learn my masculine lessons, in the divine. We are talking about the divine, and yeah, I like to bring it down to how that manifests in the 3D realm. But in terms of the divine, I mean, did I choose? I'm gonna be a male this time. Let me get in that avatar because I need to learn some masculine attributes or whatever. I'm asking. I'm just kind of throwing out a general thing, and I know Killelle's going to drop knowledge, so. But what do you guys think about that kind of bigger picture in the oneness and all that stuff?
That's an interesting take. I never really thought about that.
I think it's very intuitive too. Like when you get this idea of like God or the divine, the image you get isn't something that's typically gendered unless you're kind of programmed to think in that way. And thinking of that as like our inner spirit, I think it kind of represents where neither the masculine nor feminine are meant to go out of balance. It's like they're meant to be kind of tools that work together towards that higher purpose. And then at that point you can let them be where they are in nature and the vital forces.
Killelle, I'd love to hear from you, brother. I'm so sorry I didn't realize you had left the chat again. I popped you in a couple of times, but I think you were trying to help MoonFeather, I'm guessing. I'd love to hear your take.
Yes, indeed. Y'all have been dropping wonderfully. Can you hear me okay?
You're coming through well.
First, we're going to have to lay a gauntlet on the table, and then we're going to have to begin to levitate, and then we're going to fly like Superman and Superwoman, right? Just ride with me real quick. So, as within, so without, as above, so below, right? The 6 is the 9, right? But it's inverted, right? So we don't exactly see everything. So anybody who's familiar with tarot, mind you, tarot is an offshoot of cardology, right? So much like we could say O blood type and then A and AB is a branch off. It's the same thing, it's just a branch off, right? Fruit. So when you understand that everything is feminine, what we call masculinity is feminine. It's the aggressive side, because here in this realm, we are inverted from the spirit. I hope that makes sense. So when you turn the W of woman upside down, you get the M of man, right? So we only have this separation, this idea of separation, because of where we are in flesh, in 3D, in manifestation. That's why we have this goal to go to 5D, right, where we already are. This is why we have 5G, trying to keep up with what we are doing and mimicking. How do we get here? We come here through the portal, the wonderful birth canal of our mother, right? After our father gives her a divine spark that she already gave to him. So we can't claim masculinity, especially if we're not doing what a man does. Shout out to that book that Ronin pointed out, because he really summed it up with those couple of sentences. Or should I say the author did? Good choice. We have to do certain things or we are not a man. If we can't do manly things, we can never be a king. And who bestows the throne? Who bestows the actual queendom? Who gives the crown to the man but the woman? So when we remember that, a lot of things make sense. When we understand when it comes to merger and marriage, right, that those words are very similar for a reason. When you know yourself, it's very easy to know who you gel with and who you don't, based off energy, based off astrology, and based off your name. This is why we teach certain practices. This is why we tap in with ancient knowledge. This is why we go to our mythology. This is why we look at Yggdrasil, the world tree, and understand that mythology has been around the world with different names and different times and different epochs for a reason, because things are time released. We are now out of the age of Aquarius, the age of the believer, right? The Piscean age, why Jesus was so big, into now the age of the knower, Aquarius. Aquarius denotes water, but it is an air sign. Now, I need you to get what I just said, because you're getting a 2-in-1. So think about the month that we just came out of, June, where you got a 3-in-1. You had Gemini and you had Cancer. All three of those are about as feminine as you can get, because Cancer is the mother of the zodiac, or the Mazaroth, right? Magical word left in the Bible untranslated for a reason. And I'm gonna shut up.
Powerful, brother. So powerful. Thank you.
Yeah, so good.
And so true.
I
Sorry,
love
go ahead.
real quick. I love the I've been seeing in the occult you have towers, and then you have water, and you have the mirage of those towers. We're like the mirage. I love how you touched on that. And Killelle, thanks, man. You just said so much. Anyway, someone else, please.
Did anyone else want to say something?
Please continue, Romano.
Okay. I was just thinking about Odin again, just to bring it back to that, because that's such a. I love that symbol. It makes me want to cry when I think of Odin hanging on that. I think it's an ash tree, but I might have that wrong. I don't know. Someone else will know better than me. But just the thought that strength, that he's so deeply meditating, and even though he must be suffering, he's collecting this incredible wisdom at the same time. And that says so much about, it makes me want to cry. Sorry, it says so much about the wisdom of like the masculine, it's like, I don't understand why it's put down so much these days, because to me, it's such a powerful and honorable and brave and beautiful and wise energy when it's pure, when it's healthy, when it's balanced. I think that's such a wonderful thing. And just thinking about inversion again, for some reason I was wondering about that tree, like what does that tree mean when it's inverted, when it's upside down, like when the roots are up or whatever. And also I was thinking, I can't remember what they're called, but I think he has some messenger birds. And I was wondering, are they masculine? Are they feminine?
There's two ravens, Hugin and Norman.
Yeah, it's two ravens.
Are they masculine or feminine? Just curious.
I think isn't one feminine and one masculine, hun? From what I remember in my studies.
They might be. To my knowledge, that's never really specified. It's just that they are like his eyes and ears here on Midgard, in the realm of the humans. And the Yggdrasil in itself is already a duality, because as far as it goes up into the branches, that far it also goes down into its roots. Indeed, you have like a lot of lower dimensions, a lot of higher dimensions with Midgard. I mean, the name says it already. Like we're smack bang in the middle. So we
Isn't
can go into either
nine
direction.
dimensions? Isn't
Nine
that
worlds.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Right?
nine
Yeah,
worlds
yeah.
of Yggdrasil, or 9 dimensions, if you will. Yeah.
And that's like from my interpretation in my studies. I haven't done Norse as much as I should, but I do it because of Fawkes and because of our tribe, because there's a lot of people who do the Norse. In my studies and what I've noticed with the tree being upside down, I feel, in my personal opinion, it's just the underworld. Like it represents the opposite of the living, if that makes sense. That's how I feel about it. Anyway, I mean, I could be wrong, but that's how I feel about it.
No, you're
No,
right. I mean,
exactly right.
Totally.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, like
It's diving down, literally diving, deep dive, hanging
Yeah.
upside
That's
down.
where I love the
diving into the womb of the
as
world.
above. That's why I like the saying as above, as below, because I'm in touch with both sides of the spectrum. So it's nice to see the tree flipped because it feels like, okay, I'm going to throw this movie out there because it's my favorite. But with Coco, it reminds me of the land of the dead. And that's where I think when the tree is reversed, it reminds me of the land of the dead.
I
Good
mean,
direction.
Coco is an awesome movie. Coco is an awesome movie. For anybody
I
who
love
is
it.
not,
I love it.
anybody, me too. Anybody who is
I will
not
sing
familiar,
it.
she does. She does.
I would love
Anybody-
to give Ian a chance because I haven't heard. I think Ian's
So
waiting.
Coco
for
is
someone.
basically a young boy, to give a synopsis for anyone who has not seen it, because it's my favorite movie besides Nightmare. Coco is a little boy who doesn't know his place in the world. His family are shoemakers, and he feels as though he doesn't belong because he feels like he's more connected to music. And he's been forbidden to participate in music. And he feels like he's discovered who he's related to by being related to the big music star that is idolized in the movie. And then as he goes and touches the guitar, he's transported between the living and the dead. And so as the movie continues, you find out certain things, and he's like, he goes in between the worlds. Oh, someone came to visit. Hi, baby. Hi, baby.
Oh God.
But yeah, you put a dog in there, I'm gonna be distracted. But that's the thing that I see too. I may not be of Mexican heritage, but that's why I love that movie so much, is because I do celebrate Dia de los Muertos, which means Day of the Dead. And I incorporate, having a ofrenda, which basically, you have pictures of your ancestors. And that's what I see when the tree is reversed, is just...
An ofrenda is basically just an altar dedicated to your ancestors. It's a worldwide cultural thing.
Yeah. And I love the ofrenda. And so that's where, with the tree, when it's reversed, it's basically what I see is like Coco. He is, or no, what is Coco? It's Coco's the grandma, but what is the boy's name? Miguel?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, my brain is tired. So with Miguel, he kind of goes in between the living and the dead. And that's where, even in that movie, there's symbology with it. And if you guys haven't noticed, there is a tree in that movie where it is upside down.
There are like life trees in a lot of movies. You see that in the, especially in the first Avatar movie, for example. Like they literally have the tree of life, which they connect to for wisdom, for life.
I got a
It's
message.
interesting.
I love that movie.
It's interesting that the tree of life is also like a mystical archetype where a lot of people, when they meditate in kind of deep visionary states, they talk about, being connected with this vision of a tree, and it's kind of rising up to the top, and then the roots are coming down and connecting to the person. So something in me kind of imagines that reflects something deeper about the nature of the world and energy and things like that.
I don't know if you guys do you remember the movie Pocahontas from when we were younger kids?
Like,
You have never seen Pocahontas?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I think I know where you're going, but
So they had Grandmother Tree, and she was basically the same concept where it was the crone, and it showed the tree of life and the way that she was able to connect with beyond the veil. And it also kind of, it's like really quick. I'll have to watch it again, but it shows the tree inverted too.
I wondered if anyone, Ian or anyone else,
sorry guys, wrong button.
That's okay. If anyone else had anything to say about, because I don't really know much about this, but the Tree of Life and the Kabbalah, like what's the masculine elements there? And also, I guess because we're talking about Odin as well, well, Franklin brought up Odin, of course, the Hanged Man tarot card. So just wondered what anyone's thoughts are, Ian or anyone.
Thank you for that. I was actually trying to get to that. When it comes to understanding perspective, we tend to look at the trees as different trees, not realizing that they are one and the same. So you have the tree of knowledge and you have the tree of life, right? Well, it's the same as having the tree above ground and having the tree underneath it. The same way we have a pyramid above ground and we have a pyramid beneath it, forming that ultimate Merkaba. They're reflections of each other, hence why we have a point of view. This is why there are as many ways to see a thing as there are people to see it. This is why we have the spirit divided in what we call woman and man, in order to come together to truly see it, in order to truly come together, which is what we do on Mount Pineal, when the hypothalamus, pituitary, and pineal form, right? Because everything happens first in the mind, right? Everything we do with our mouth and with our hands is the secondary creation. So understanding that makes perspective a little easier to understand, because when you look at the Ronin, when you look at the samurai, how they were taught to constantly reflect on death. When you look at the Egyptians or the Kemites or the Timerians, and their main focus was death and how to overcome it, you begin to understand the importance of the knowledge of death. The more you understand death, the easier life becomes.
There's something I'd like to add, which is going to take us back to the Ravens. But first, I wanted to hear what Chris had to say. Sorry. Did I say Chris? I meant my brain's going blank. Ian, I was wondering what your take is.
Talk about putting me on the spot. Yeah, I can't really add much more to it, because I'm just kind of like being overwhelmed by the knowledge, and it's just wonderful to listen to all these different point of views. Going back to what Mark was saying about going into the heart space is something that I often discuss and talk about within healing circles, especially within meditation, and being able to find that center, being able to find that heart space. And I like to use visualization, or using the breath along with visualization, just to open up the energy, expand that energy around the body, seeing it flow around the body, and just feeling that harmonious union with the earth, that connection to Mother Nature. And again, just through the sensory, just through the imagination, just through visualization, and that being able to just create that. And when you start to actually tune into that and tap into that, you really do magnify the power within. You do find that balance within, on so many amazing, wonderful levels. And that's kind of like the true level of deep healing, when we want to connect to that level, and finding that. Yeah, really, really powerful stuff. And that's all I can really add at the minute.
I'd like to connect that with the dots. Let's take that to what was being mentioned by Stjin and Fire-Fey about the Coxy. Coxy is Shiva's, one of Shiva's guides. Shiva is the personification of the Holy Spirit in the Vedic tradition. And this is going to take us right back to Odin, because Shiva also rules over the deceased. And the powers of these black birds, the raven and the crow, Coxy is a very profound message of acceptance. The symbol of this crow, I should do a video on this, I will, relates, there's a wonderful story by Shiva where all the animals are, you know, very beautiful, and the crow, the Coxy, the raven, is not so pretty. And Shiva comes to the crow and says, okay, you can take the form of any animal you would want to take if you feel like you're not pretty. And the raven said, no, this is the form you gave me, this is the form I'll take. So the power of acceptance, of being satisfied with what you've got, with your lot in life, is what it takes to overcome the trials of sacrifice, the trials of putting oneself down there in the way that Shiva has to lie down on the earth. And that ties us back to what Ian was talking about, the earth under your feet. So the earth under our feet is a big part of the masculine essence, in my impression. Sorry, that's the route to finding the masculine presence, because the masculine presence is, once again, in my perspective, active, and the feminine is receptive. So when you're practicing a guided visualization, you're practicing an active form of meditation as opposed to a receptive form of meditation. Obviously, both aspects will be working through either path, because the union of balance is always going to be expressed by the human consciousness. Though the active masculine way of meditating would be to visualize and to create a symbol, to draw a sign on the sand, to create a dance, to move into a dance, is to act. The receptive form of meditation would be to just sit and wait. And it is through the path of the feminine, of the patience and the waiting, that the masculine is liberated, which is quite an interesting concept to tie this together to the union, and something Ramar touched on with the etymology, the tree of life. So you've got the two pillars. You've got the pillar of mercy and the pillar of severity. And this is quite interesting, because the pillar of severity is, on one hand, it's a feminine polarity, on another hand, it's a masculine polarity. Though when we are dealing with the sphere of Mars, with the sphere of our passions, which is really what roots us in this world and keeps us trapped here, it's the masculine that needs to move through the feminine, through the severity. And so Odin practiced the art of severity, going back to mastering the passions, which is the reason for going into the underworld and hanging upside down, to go and call up these demons in the same way that they do in Goethe, yeah, to master your passions, to master your suffering, become the master of your experience, no matter what the experience is. And this ties back to the story of Shiva, sacrifice, self-sacrifice. In fact, Rudraksha is the result of the meditation upon the self-sacrifice, which is something that all the Shivites will wear, which is symbolic of embracing the sacrifice, because these beads are quite rough on your skin, and you get used to the feeling of roughness on your skin. They're not smooth and pretty to wear. So there's quite a lot to take in here. And back to the polarity and the polarities of the tree of life, we've got the macabric form. This is really the center of the tree of life, of the etymology principles, which is relating to the astral triangle and the etheric triangle, which is, I suppose, fairly logical. You've got the astral triangle, which is coming down to us, and you've got the etheric triangle, which is raising up. And there's a juxtaposition of polarity in the way that there's a yang yin. Within the masculine, there's a feminine, and within the feminine, there's a masculine. So it seems that when one goes deep into the masculine, one reaches the feminine. And when one goes deep into the feminine, one reaches the masculine. In as much as practicing acceptance and patience is the way for a man to liberate is masculine power. And for a woman to become active and to move actively towards her goals is a way for a woman to liberate her feminine power. And I'd love to put that out there for all of you to, don't want to steal the stage. There are a lot of us here. What do you guys feel?
Franklin, let me ask you that. In my what I see a lot of men practicing in regards to that is a lot of men. I don't see a lot of women doing this. And I'm just because of Hollywood has taught me this. I don't know. It seems like the men are the ones that want to go through some physical, like you're saying, hit themselves with, pain, you know what I mean? Or go through some, I'm going to do the mountain stance in the cold with just my underwear, and try and get past this physical, basically to get spiritual, deny the flesh to the, and hurt, walk across, hot coals or something to the point. That seems like a lot of guys that do that. I don't see a lot of women doing that. Is there a reason for that? Because it's definitely like let me just deny the flesh to get to the spirit. That's a lot of you guys know what I mean, right? And I'm thinking maybe I've seen too many kung fu movies, you know what I mean? But yeah.
Well, there are some kick-ass Buddhist nuns out there who practice martial arts and all sorts. That's not me. I wouldn't know anything about that, but I know there are some women who do that. But I have no idea actually if that's authentic.
I think men are trying to compensate for something.
I don't know.
And Franklin, you've told me that a lot of your practices have come from a lot of physical exertion. And when I imagine you going and, a lot of time, guys, if you want to get this, some people out here in the Americas are talking about they're so zenned out, but that's because they've read a book or something. They didn't go. Franklin's told me you need to go through some actual physical, trials. I'll say that. And when you tell me that, Franklin, I don't imagine too many women there. I imagine it's a bunch of dudes, you know what I mean, trying to suppress their flesh. Is it?
I think it's cultural. I think women have been put behind proverbial bars by society, and the men are too busy thinking, oh well, I'll carry the trash out, I'll carry the heavy thing, because we've got the physicality for it. So on one level, we've got the bodies designed for doing more physical trials. Although women are stronger than men in so many ways. I mean, they can take more cold than men, but they get cold more easily than men. Okay, so we're going to touch on something interesting. Men are normally not so cold. They're normally more hot in their bodies. But women can take more cold. A man will die first in the cold than a woman, right? So there are a lot of ways in which women are stronger than men, but on the outer rim in the world, we are more physically able to take punishment, like a beating. A man's more likely to fall and survive, where a woman's more likely to survive the elements. So women are more elemental, if that makes sense to you. Men are more structurally strong. And a lot of the structures on earth have been sort of trying to keep women in a cage, not wanting women to discover their power, because women weren't allowed to work until a long time ago, right? There are some countries where women aren't even allowed to drive cars yet. Yeah. So we are catching up to getting some sense of equality. And with that, I think you're going to see a lot more women doing these extreme practices. And you actually touch on a very interesting point, Ronin, because I've got a lot of clients and I've noticed this influx of women getting really getting down. It's a new thing, but they are finding their steam. But you're totally right. In the past, with the way we've grown up, it would be very unladylike for a woman to go and live in the jungles, right? And practice austerities, because men don't find that attractive, because culturally men have been trained to look for a certain kind of thing in a lady, And let's not even get into makeup and painting the nails. It's sort of like women have been forced by society to have to do that, whether they want to do it or not. in order to fit in a lot of circles. And I've met so many women who say they don't really like wearing makeup, but they do it because it's expected.
Although things like
That's a gift for
makeup,
ladies.
like makeup and high heels were originally designed and used by men, though. Funny, it's, you know, and now we associate it with the feminine, but it's a funny thing. I think that like also goes way back to just like a hunter-gatherer times. You know, men were the hunters. We were supposed to, you know, be more physically strong to take on that, you know, big prey and be able to survive. And as a gatherer, you need a keen eye. For that, you need to have a deeper understanding of nature, what you can eat, what you can't eat, you know, which mushrooms will, you know, make for a good dinner and which mushrooms will make you see God for a week straight. And, you know, so women, they had to survive the elements for longer because they were in the, you know, in nature, outdoors for longer. Or just for longer periods of time in the same place. You know, man, we roamed around looking for prey, looking for that big score, for that woolly mammoth that would feed our family for, you know, months on end. So I think it's very much nature as well, and you know, I do feel for women, whatever they're going through. And honestly, things like childbirth, that makes me very happy to be a man, because I can't imagine going through it, let alone multiple times. So I really commend women for, you know, doing that and, you know, wanting to do that. But I think that like really with feminism, you know, which of course has been very politicized. Women are told that they are equal to men, that they can do all the things that men can as well. And I mean, Fire-Fey had to step off for a moment, but she does agree with me that we are equal opposites of each other. You know, it's not one is lower than the other, but you know, we each have our strengths and we play into that. You know, I'm better at certain things. She's better at certain things. So when I need something that I can't get and she can, then, you know, she does it and vice versa. Like we're not, I mean, we are different. Of course, we are different, you know, physically, mentally, spiritually, we're different. But, you know, we're, the best way I can describe it is just equal opposites. It's kind of contradictory, but it's the best way I can describe it.
Makes a lot of sense, because I sensed her being very in tune with her action and her extroversion energy, and I sense you being also in tune with your sensitivity as well. So you are a man that is in tune with his feminine side, and she is a woman that is in tune with her masculine side. And this is what the occult seems to do. It seems to bring this bridge in us. When a woman practices the occult or meditation, spiritual practices, she automatically discovers within herself, like, hey, there's a man inside of me. And the same can be said for men. We look inside ourselves and we start getting in tune with our feelings. And I've noticed the more in tune I am with my feelings, the more powerful I get. Martial arts, as an example, right? I was taught as a child to dance like a butterfly, sting like a bee, right? My dad explained to me when I was 5, no, you first learn to dance like a butterfly. I was like, but Dad, I want to be strong. He said, no, you want to be an awesome fighter, you dance like a butterfly. It's very feminine. You have to be very feminine on your feet in order to be able to strike the power of the man. And the more in tune you are with the flowing, like moving your hips, you know, playing with that bottom flow of the chi. And there's an interesting point that the chi is very much in our sacral plexus, which one can consider as a feminine chakra. And this is how we move our dense energy. So in a sense, women are very lucky because of the womb. They've got an extra container for all of this chi power, right? That men fundamentally don't have. And so I think that might be why men have tried to keep women in a box, because they were afraid of the woman's potential. I don't know what you all going to make of this, but that's something that I've always contemplated. Why it is that when I was a child, like, women weren't allowed to do much, and why all the little girls wish they were boys. And because if they were boys, they could do things that they're not allowed to do because they're girls. Boys do just about anything they wanted. Well, what are your takes on the cultural?
In the context of Buddhism, it's interesting because Buddhism started out as almost like a men's only club. The Buddha himself said if women are allowed into the Sangha, then it will only last for 500 years. And it's interesting because Buddhism, in its prominent forms, Theravada and Mahayana, became very over systematized. And you have essentially like a kind of legal system built around it where you're not supposed to talk about what's going on if it's special. And they wanted to be very reserved and masculine and stoic. And if you really break through some of these people, if you talk to them, what you find is a lot of people who have spent a lot of time meditating, a lot of these, monastic men, they don't have many mystical experiences. They're very unimpressive. They're very wise. They can, speak the Dhamma, but living the Dhamma is the real challenge. And I guess when you rely on systems, on truth in the form of looking, then you neglect the seeing. And this plays out in meditation itself. If you approach it with a kind of restless energy, then you're just not going to meditate. And if you approach it with too much kind of receptivity, where you're not really being actionable about it, where you're not vital and kind of attending to it, then that receptivity kind of opens up the gates to dullness, drowsiness, kind of just a loss of clarity. So it's interesting how it plays out on different levels, and how mind can sometimes get ahead of heart, like Soraya was saying at the beginning. You have to lead with heart, otherwise the logic will be a manipulator to you.
I had a good quote, and I'll be quiet. I heard a good quote earlier. It was from a American philosopher, like early 1900s. But to make a short story long, he said, you can have the love of wisdom, but what's more powerful is the wisdom of love. And this was a much larger quote in context, but I just thought that little snippet was like, for me, I was like, whoa, let me think of, that was very powerful for me. So I just want to throw that out there.
That's so beautiful. Love that.
Beautiful.
Love that.
Thank
so
you for
much.
that.
I just wanted to reflect quickly on what Franklin was saying about maybe the feminine being able to carry a bit more chi, and maybe that's why the restraint of women sometimes, or I don't know, maybe sometimes males too, whoever is carrying more feminine energy at that point. But I think when people feel safe, like for example, when a woman feels safe and she can be everything, then I don't know, I can't speak for other women, but for myself, when I feel safe and I can be fully feminine, I will give everything of myself. That extra bit of chi I've got to share, I will give that to the masculine happily. I don't have to be asked for it. It's like, here, it's yours, have it. I love you. But I'm sure it's the same for the masculine energy too, or the masculine energy. Maybe I shouldn't say this because I'm not a man. I don't have quite as much masculine energy, but men can chime in. But when the masculine energy maybe feels safe to be masculine and to be everything that they are, then maybe then they're equally going to give that space to the feminine and be nurturing in that way. Because I think one of the beautiful things about the masculine energy is when it's pure and balanced, this energy, it knows how to channel itself, and when, like, when am I in warrior mode, when am I in father mode, when am I in gentle lover mode, or whatever it is, when am I in work mode, I've got to get on with it, or so yeah, I think many of us have not been able to feel safe enough in this world. I'm so sorry, I forget who was saying this at the beginning, but someone was saying something about, that good examples, I think it might have been Ronin actually, good examples of masculine and feminine, and how many of us have got to completely experience that so we feel so safe in the true knowledge of who we are and how we express ourselves and how we receive others and how we give to others as well. And a few times while people were talking, I was seeing this, I don't know how to describe it, kind of swirling like circular energy in my mind, and also going down deep into the earth at the same time. And somehow that feels, I'm not good at putting these things into words or having some like visions while trying to have a conversation. But I think somehow that's the balance with the masculine and the feminine, like meeting each other and commingling, beautiful, but deep down in the earth and the universal energies. And there's something in that's that very like safe central point where it will be, yeah, where we can all really give from the best, I think.
I really thank you, Raymond. That was beautiful. Obviously yin and yang. I think a life of service from both. Taking a mentality of service, right? Whether it's a guy or a girl, if you're in a relationship with a guy and a girl, serving that person, and in doing so, you can build that trust between both for sure, and build each other's power, as opposed to taking away. You each giving each other power, in support, whatever, and energy, and whatever that means. And then you all just really just build each other up, man. Like a garden, like a plant, like anything, you know what I mean? You're nourishing each other. And yeah, so it is, when you do have that trust, that energy, and it's not even just for your guy or your girl, for this experience, taking on an attitude of service, you know what I mean? Giving and not just taking. I think that's how that can manifest, at least for me. And Killelle and I were always talking about trauma. Okay, so we were born maybe not with the best setup, but we can overcome that. Our spirit, our nature, our biology, nature, it's natural. Our spirit can overcome that. We're always talking about dealing with trauma. The chains are loose. You can shake them off and then get very light and very, if you notice, most things that are quote unquote good, if I can use this dualistic terms, it's usually light. Like it's, something that's beautiful and love. It's usually you feel lighter, and then the opposite, it feels, you feel heavier, right? So when you can, and trauma that you hold on to is heavy. That energy is heavy. It's like solid. And as you deal with that, and you become lighter, then you can like attracts like also. And then when you want to have that interaction with someone else, you know what I'm saying? It's not one of fear. It's not one of transactions. It's not one of anything. It's, I want to serve you. You know what I mean? And you both take on that concept. It's very difficult to do if you still have trauma, which can manifest in fear and not self-love, know thyself. Killelle and I were always talking about, yes, we know these terms, but in practice, knowing yourself, you know what I mean? And then loving yourself, there's know thyself is a journey. Loving yourself is a journey. And then reflecting that love, Killelle's an amplifier, man. He takes a little bit of energy and he'll amplify. Go ahead, Killelle, my brother. Help me out. You know what? He's way more articulate than I am with this.
Stop that. You stop putting yourself down like that, brother. You are speaking genuine fire. And thank you, Rima, for that. I want to play a real quick game of tic-tac-toe to connect something that the last three speakers specifically said. Liber spoke about Siddhartha, the Buddha, making a declaration about women joining into a certain declaration of brotherhood, and that was for a very specific reason. It wasn't just about exclusion, right? Because if we understand how women think, if you look at my picture or anyone who's speaking who doesn't have a live stream, you'll see a circle, right? You'll see a pulsating wave going out as I speak in all directions, right? Now, women think in circles because everything is attached to feeling. Men think in squares because everything is attached to angle and logic, right? Now, a square is still 360. Why do you think all of us little boys grew up to love wrestling, right? Because the square is a squared circle. That's why they had to demonize the swastika, right? So if you understand that squaring the circle is truly standing on your circle, not only is it standing on your circle, but you're standing in the Merkaba, right? This is how you truly remember. What did Isis do for Osiris when he was cut apart? Now, this is also a allegory for your mind being scattered, right? So what had to happen? She had to remember him, literally and figuratively. This is what we have to do. This is literally what we're talking about. The original intent of these secret societies, these free, the Rosicrucian, the Eastern Stars, please let's not forget, this was the original intent. It has been brutalized and given a horrible Halloween mask. But underneath is the sacred feminine. I understand the divine masculine is the divine masculine, but only here in this realm. Once we understanding of the other realm, it just kind of falls into place.
You see that in alchemy too, you know, like very much like the alchemical wedding. Like one of the most well-known alchemical symbols is the circle in the square in the triangle, you know, incorporating all of it. And this is just me coming up with some random thoughts, but maybe that's also why you hear a lot about especially the upper echelons of society talk about pizza and whatever. Like, you know, it's definitely a code, but what is a pizza? Like, it's, you know, triangular squares going in a circle placed in a square box. I mean, there is definitely some codes to it, but even just that, like, yes, people, your pizza is alchemical. I mean, it's chemical at the very least, but, you know, so just so much symbology and symbolism goes into that. You know, divine masculine, divine feminine, the alchemical wedding, the joining of the two to, you know, become one. Just some random thoughts that I needed to get out there.
I mean, the alchemy, yeah, the two becoming one, and then you actually produce something. You can produce new life with that. Like, that's the ultimate prime directive. You know, that's the ultimate. You know, astral theology seems to all point to that.
Well, that's triangular too. You know, you have the two becoming one, or, you know, the two becoming one, and then eventually maybe back splitting up into two, becoming, you know, making one. Then you have the diamond shape.
I was thinking about the cube that Killelle mentioned as well, because I was thinking about, well, I didn't come to any resolution in my mind, but the Hanged Man again, you know, when you see him, for example, on the Rider-Waite deck, and the position his legs are in look like a 4. So I always wondered about what that is, the 4 in that card. And then, of course, because we're talking about masculine energy, I was thinking about Saturn, and I might be totally wrong because I'm not sure, but I think there might be some connection with the 4 and Saturn. And then, so yeah, I was curious if anyone had anything to say about that 4 and the Hanged Man, and also Saturn and Jupiter.
4 is the tetragrammaton. 4 is the tetragrammaton, the name for God. It's Yahweh, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
You mind if I show you something?
And if anyone has anything about like Saturn or Jupiter, I don't know if I'm correct about that with the masculine, but yeah.
Off topic, but we do have a Jupiter kite today, astrologically.
Jupiter, Dios Pater, is the god above gods. That's connected to Tyr, I believe. Tiwas, the god of justice. Saturn being a very strong energy. I believe it's through Saturn that we get our physicality. The decoders
and I'm just
here.
thinking also about like sacrifice and hard work. And by the way, I can tell why Franklin's smiling. Yay, MoonFeather!
Yes,
I'm really glad
for a moment.
But also,
I just want to welcome MoonFeather to the conversation. She's just arrived. I'm so sorry, MoonFeather, if there's something that I did that was wrong. I was completely under the impression that you could have 12 members in the backstage, which I was going to step out and I thought we were going to figure it out, but I'll have to message them. Please, MoonFeather. MoonFeather is a sensitive, ESP blessed. Her and Ramar are probably going to bounce off each other beautifully. Without saying too much, MoonFeather, welcome. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Blessings to everyone. Before I do introduce myself, Rima, please continue giving your comment and your thought before I step in. I don't want to overstep. So please continue your thought.
You go first. I think we're all really happy to see you. So,
I'm so
oh
sorry,
my
Ramar.
gosh, thank you. No, listen, it's not fault of yours, Franklin, at all. It was just a problem with my browser. My Google Chrome was disabled. So thank God I am technologically inclined enough to problem solve it, and I'm here. I'm so grateful, but I have been listening in and chiming in with Killelle, like, I can't get it, damn it. So I'm like going through the emotions, but I'm glad that I made it, and everyone has been chiming in, and it's been wonderful hearing everyone's perspective. Franklin, thank you so much for having such a wonderful topic, a such needed topic, especially during this time where Venus is in retrograde and it's all matters of the heart, right? Meditating on matters of the heart, things that have to come up that we do have to within ourselves, I mean, that we do have to tackle and we do have to confront, doing shadow work and things like that, for sure. But I know a majority of everyone that is here. Love and blessings to everyone. Love and blessings to everyone in the chat as well. I'm super, super blessed to have known or to meet everyone that I have here. And it's always like, right, through one person, and we link with another one, we link with another one. Of course, Killelle is my first contact, who introduced me to Ronin, who's an amazing, amazing being and has introduced me to everyone, almost everyone here in the panel. And I love that. That's wonderful. We have an amazing panel here of amazing beings. And like I said, this is a wonderful topic. Masculine, feminine, right? Like this is always the wonderful question in life, right? How do we get in touch with both sides, right? Now, I'll be the first one to say that I'm not a big reader. My life has always led me, or I would say spirit has always led me through all of my experiences, and has brought things into my energy. And as I've tried to learn from lessons, even if I had to repeat very difficult lessons over and over and over again, the very essence of me, of who I am, if we're saying that I chose this life for me, it's because these are lessons that I needed to learn. And these are things that now in the stage where I am right now, hindsight is a wonderful thing. Like, oh, okay, now I understand why I had to go through this. Now I see how spirit has led me to where I am right now. And it's always, I had to stop looking outside. Yes, I've had childhood trauma, made me make a lot of bad decisions, but then there is a point in our life where we have to be responsible for our own healing, right? However that may be, right? So in my own experience, I've had to really reflect within myself. And if I've chosen, right, because we're talking about finding a suitable partner, right? So then we could grow and develop and stuff like that. I had to reflect within myself and be like, okay, how am I choosing the right partner? Why am I not choosing the right partner? Why am I not happy? Why am I miserable? But I am a good person deep down inside. Why is this happening? And I just had to basically look in the mirror. It's like, okay, all the choices that I've ever made in my life is because I've made them. How have I made them? Okay, I don't listen to spirit, so that I get a butt spanking because of it, right? So then hopefully I learn from those lessons and, and start bringing more wonderful things into my life and understand, listen, there's consequences to everything. So what are these consequences? Well, it's, this is not working right. I'm matched up with the wrong person, which what happens is that then a lot of energies get blocked, blessings get blocked, right? Because I'm keep searching outside for something instead of searching inside of myself for what I truly need. And what is that? I learned that I lacked self-esteem. I lacked self-love. I lacked a lot of things, and that's a very hard pill to swallow because you're like, oh, damn, I didn't love myself. What? That's like that. That's like betraying yourself. I mean, you're betrayed by everyone else. Well, I've been betrayed by so many people in my own life, and then I have to face the fact that I've been betraying myself. Like, what? You know how difficult that is? That's a very hard pill to swallow, but it's what brings clarity. It's what helps to make us wiser, and go into that hermit mode and be like, okay, I need to work with myself, work within myself, listen to spirit, understand that a woman's intuition is a very powerful thing, and respect it and love it and honor it. And this is what's worked in my life. And understand that if I become one with myself, then everything and everyone that I choose outside of me is going to align with me and who I am. Putting myself first before, you get a lot of people, oh, you're just being selfish and stuff. Like, no, it's not. It's loving myself enough to have boundaries, to respect myself, to have others respect me, to bring in wonderful people into my energy. And once I got to that level, then I started meeting a lot of wonderful people that I don't think I would have met before, thus putting me where I am right now. Knowing Killelle, knowing Ronin, knowing Franklin, and everyone else here that I've connected with lately is like my vibe tribe. You guys are amazing. And I love you guys so much. And I learned by listening. I might not be too much of a reader. I read things, but I take what resonates with me, and then I'm like off. I'm like I'm an air sign. I'm off to something else, doing something else. I'm not. Sometimes I'm grounded, but then I'm not there very long, and I'm whoosh, and I'm somewhere else. But that's how spirit leads me and takes me where I need to go, and I have to allow that to happen. And it's so far, I'm so happy where I am right now. you know, and that's what I think everybody is kind of looking for, you know. So this is who I am, and this is where I am, and this is my own personal, right, my own personal experience. And I'm glad that I'm able to share it, maybe shed some light or clarity to someone else or whatever the case is. But I mean, I still have a lot to learn. But in the meantime, it's just been wonderful so far. But yeah, guys, I'll just leave it at that.
So MoonFeather.
Thank you so much for bringing the heart. Please take it away.
Oh, and Franklin, I'll get out of your way, but no, guys, MoonFeather is someone who has really embraced the change over the last couple years, because things have been changing, as above, so below, and everything's changing. Everything's changing above, and everything's changing below. So MoonFeather is someone who is really taking the brakes off, and she's a natural. I like that she doesn't read, because then you know it comes from spirit and not some external interpretation from someone else. But she is a powerful being in an oracle unfolding, a phoenix rising, you know, if you will, because her change has been exceptional, exponential and exceptional very recently. So MoonFeather is her abilities are like being unlocked as we speak. So I just want to let everyone know a little bit more about MoonFeather. She's the power. She's literally powerful. She has powers, you know. So yeah, man.
If I could add on,
Thank you, Ronin.
if I could add on to that, thank you so much for that wonderful share, MoonFeather. MoonFeather is the Phoenix. For anybody who's familiar with the X-Men, the Phoenix is based off her. I can prove that in a multitude of ways. But she's proving something. When we talk about squaring the circle, you know what happens when you square the circle? You begin to see that you are multidimensional, and you create a Merkaba. The symbol of the feminine is what? The delta, right? The upside down pyramid. Well, the symbol of the masculine is what? The chalice, the blade. The inverted symbol of that. You put that together, you get your Merkaba, right? And you exist everywhere at once. That's Metatron's cube. But you could also call that Sophia's cube, right? Pistis Sophia. Thank you so much for that, Moon.
And thank you, Moonflower, for bringing us back to the beginning of this conversation in a perfect loop, back to the heart, from the heart, injecting heart into this conversation. And I'd like to bring to attention, there was a question asked to me on the YouTube by somebody in South Africa. And what he asked me, he said, well, I'd love for you to throw this at the panel and see what comes out. What advice can you give to men specifically that feel that they haven't been given the best role models, and how could they embrace the masculine spirit and bring it into themselves and purify it and find a sense of harmony? What practices specifically are there that one could do? And I know that Ian already started hitting the ball, and we can go with this some more if you've got any ideas, Ian, or anybody in the room. I don't want to steal the show. I want us all to feel to get an opportunity to speak, and the ladies as well. I'd love to hear from the ladies with regards to this, because we don't always see ourselves so well as men.
Advice, if I may, what I would give him for advice is to go within. Look at what you think is important to you. What are the values that you prefer? What would you like to see in your life, and act on it?
True, very true.
Absolutely. Values. I like that.
I didn't have a father either growing up. And I was never remorseful or upset. Everybody that asked me, aren't you upset that you do not have a father? I said, well, it is what it is. I know he wasn't fit to be my father, so let it be.
And I think it comes back to a lot of what we've already been talking about, is just finding out who you really are, finding out that not just the person, but your spirit as well, find that spirit within,
Exactly.
and just connecting deeply to that spirit. And I often find that when I'm in creative mode, so if I'm doing music, if I'm doing art, I'm connecting to divine energy, and I'm connecting to my spark, and I'm connecting to the masculine, I'm connecting to every element of me. And that brings me into alignment with myself. It brings me into harmony. It makes me realize who I am, what feeds me, what feeds my soul, the directions I need to take, any spiritual insight I may receive at the time when I'm in them, I suppose, divine places. It really helps to just open everything up and feel that energy, feel who you are, and feel what is within you that is wanting to come out. There's that element of action and creativity, the divine and the feminine working together, that wants to come out and wants to bring that into this reality. And then when you start to see it, you want to see more, because you're being that creative powerhouse of who you are. You've discovered yourself.
Exactly.
What I'm hearing makes perfect sense, and it reflects what I personally believe. As a man, you first go into your femininity, which was what my dad taught me how to learn to fight. You learn to dance like a butterfly. You learn to go inward. And when you find what inside of you wants to come out, bring it out of you. And in that way, join the divine feminine, the divine masculine. And as a man, when we dive deep into our feminine side, something that Ramar mentioned earlier, and it comes back to what masculinity represents, is safety. The man has got to protect. I've always felt that masculine ray within myself to be a protector. And I know Ronin is going to relate to this, and many of you guys, I'm sure, in fact, all of you guys are going to relate to this. This is very much the role of a man, to protect our families, to protect our children, to protect the ladies in our lives. If somebody's going to mess with the lady in your life, you're going to step up, because this is how this works. And it's why I think martial arts is really good for men, because you learn your limits, you learn your strengths, you get to know how to engage on a masculine level, you learn humility, you learn defeat, you learn winning, you learn all of these things, so that when you go into yourself, you feel secure. And so martial arts is a good practice to do. And I always suggest to women to do martial arts, because when a woman dives into her masculine, what happens is she learns to express, then she opens up even more, and she goes very deep into her ESP. So women have it very lucky that they can open their ESP more readily than men, I believe. Men, it's a little bit more work for us. Although the more feminine a man becomes, the more in tune with his ESP he becomes. And the more masculine a woman becomes, the more in tune with her ESP she becomes. So an expressive woman that can express herself and clearly have a line of where she wants to go is going to touch her ESP very easily. And one more thing I'd like to add to this, and resonating with what's been said here so far with regards to the safety, I think that security is fundamentally what it means to be a man. We need to be able to sacrifice ourselves and know that we're still safe. A woman has to be able to, and this is something that Ronin was saying to me just the other day when we were chatting, if you recall, Ronin, about how the man has got to play the role of the tree, and the woman's got to be able to go wild and do what she does. And as a man, we've got to just be able to hold that space. And that's what it means to be a man. So to practice just holding the space. So the idea of the world tree and the one-eyed God hanging upside down from the world tree, that's sort of what we've got to practice. A little bit of pushing ourselves to our limits does give a man a sense of security, because pushing yourself to your limits, whatever those limits are, whatever that is, it could be physical exercise. It could be meditating to the point that you feel like you're going to die. And you can feel like you're going to die if you meditate too much, because you start to touch death, the underworld. So facing your fears, I think, is fundamental to mastering the masculine force, in my perspective. And I made it my business when I was young to want to find my fears. And it's a very big part of the shamanic path. Obviously, shaman have normally been men. So much of what we know about shamanism is more related to men, although obviously women can equally be shaman. But once again, it's a cultural dictate, which is probably more modern than what it is ancient. Shamanism would have probably begun with women that initiated men into shamanism, I'm guessing. But I'll just put that out there. So from the shamanic perspective, facing fear is a big part of shamanism. You can't be taught shamanism. You can't be taught, oh, this is what you do to become a shaman. You meet another shaman and they'll say to you, well, have you faced your fears? And they'll show you what your fears are. And then it'll be up to you to go and face your fears. And when you face your fears, and you conquer your fears, what comes is a sense of security within yourself. And that becomes a good basis from which to enter into the deep subconscious. Because men can very often be very scared of entering into the deep subconscious. So I think what inhibits us from doing this is not being in tune with our feminine force in order to be able to bring out that subconscious, because we use our masculine force to mask our feminine force, if that makes sense. So we need to drop the act, because we've been taught to act as men. Oh man, tough guy, I'm stoic. When a man learns to go into his feelings and really allow the feminine force to flow through, he starts to recognize that his manliness underneath that feminine force, and starts to accept it for what it is. My father, as an example, was truly the bravest man I've ever met, and I'm lucky to have had him as an example. I feel so honored. He taught me what it meant to cry. And I used to watch my dad cry. But then I also knew that there was not a man anywhere that would mess with my dad. And I knew how safe I felt when I was with my dad. And when people did try and, living in South Africa, this crime, when groups of people came with knives, they were very sorry because they hit my dad. So, the reality of mastering your masculine force has got to do with coming to terms with your feminine force, accepting your fears, facing your fears, and allowing your fears to be, not running from your fears. I think this is a habit that we have as men. We try and pretend that we're not afraid. But because we pretend that we're not afraid, we get locked into our fears instead of allowing ourselves to go into our fears and allowing mastery to be. I'll step back and let the rest of you further board on.
I think thank you, Franklin. I think this is where it comes to flipping that mindset, because in those fears, in those darker times, that's our greatest opportunity for growth. If we can sit with the emotion in them dark places, we can shine so much brighter if we use heart to transmute that to love and take the lesson from that dark time.
And I just have Saturn on the brain still for some reason. So I'm wondering if meditating on the qualities of Saturn would be helpful to the person who wrote in with the question. Just thinking about that 4 number again, and the limitations, I suppose, are part of Saturn and that colder, darker energy, but that father energy and sacrifice and charity and strength and willpower, that longevity, that kind of just keeping on, that kind of quality that warrior has, I suppose, but also is still very much in their heart at the same time. I know a lot of people sort of find like Saturn to be a scary planet, but I think actually there are a lot of really powerful and beautiful lessons there, and actually it's quite strong medicine for everyone, whether you have more feminine or masculine energy anyway. But as it's also a time, right? It's also Chronos, and it's also a father figure, if we didn't have a strong father figure. So I think there's a lot there in Saturn.
If I may, Rama, to answer your question, I think from what I've experienced with myself as well with other people, the question about Saturn, I think the safest way to know when to meditate as far as where Saturn is, I think it's to best to understand how Saturn plays in your own birth chart, because I see that people react different ways depending on where Saturn is in their birth chart and in which house. So then when you do see I think that it will empower you even more. So then when Saturn is in a particular space, you know, in actual time, then you know how to respond and you begin to better understand what's unfolding before you in the
Or
3D
like how
and
to
what's
respond to the father within you, kind of.
yes, and within yourself. Exactly, that's exactly what I was going to say, and you're able to respond within as well.
Thank you,
Yeah, I love
MoonFeather.
that.
And I feel like Saturn is interesting because it's the father, but it doesn't start out in that fatherly way all the time. A lot of the times, Saturn has to do with what you pull away from, what causes you fear and aversion, and contraction itself. And it's interesting how that plays into just facing spiritual forces. You know, when you face the unknown, often what happens is that you just contract and you have no internal mechanism to resist that, and so that plays a part in things as well. When I think of contraction, sometimes I also think of kind of the vision of a single point, as if you have this dilated periphery of your whole view and it gets squished down into a tiny little grain. And to a certain extent, I think that has a role in kind of purification in meditation or shamanistic visions. You have to be in such a I guess spiritually tested state, a challenging and confronting position to kind of pass through that challenge in life when it comes up later on. I think it's often treated as a toxic masculinity. Saturn, you get this image of Saturn eating his young, and of kind of the fear of time itself. It's kind of visceral, and people don't even want to look at it.
Contracts. I like what you said about contraction, the principle of contraction. We've got to look at the polarity between Saturn and Jupiter here for a moment. This will give us, I think, an idea of getting back to what Ramar's question was. So Saturn is obviously the principle of contraction, and we can discover how we relate action by observing our contracts. Now, contracts we make with each other, contracts we make with ourselves. Contracts are how we limit ourselves and why we limit ourselves. Are we afraid when we enter into a social environment to be ourselves and to speak our truth? Are we afraid of what other people are going to think of us? Are we afraid? So facing one's fear is fundamental to overcoming one's contracts, and observing and tabulating all the contracts that we have is the way to get a grip on the force of contraction. With the other force, that the four, okay, so four has got numerous applications. From a Vedic perspective, four can be related to the power of prana or chi, or the life force coming from the sun. But there is a very deep mystical connection between the sun and Jupiter. Well, the sun leads back to Jupiter when we observe the path workings and the systems Kabbalistically. So also when we look at the sphere of chesed, which is mercy. So his feet are pointing at mercy, and his head is pointing at the contracts. So you're diving in to observe your contracts, what your contracts are, what your fears are, because fears are a reflection of what we contract. We create contracts when we're afraid, right? You're afraid of being homeless, so you get a contract to own a home or to rent a home. Every contract that you have is to somehow overcome some potential fear. If you really get down to what a contract means, you were worried about something happening, so you got a contract that didn't happen. And we make contracts with ourselves as well, right? I'm not going to do this because of that. I'm not going to be like this because of that. These contracts need to be examined quite closely. And I believe that the Odin diving in is him unraveling his contracts and saying, you know what? I'm going to take these contracts apart one by one, and I'm going to be naked, like a naked man hanging upside down from the tree with nothing to protect me except my feet are going to be embedded deeply within the force of Jupiter, within the force of expansive principle of which we can only call love. And love obviously expresses itself in mercy. We're merciful when we're in love. Love engenders mercy, and mercy engenders love. There are two sides of the same coin. And so the expansive field of Jupiter, or duality, as they would say in the Vedic tradition, I believe is the balancing force of Saturn. And so these two forces become locked into a sense of alignment, producing a dynamic harmony and a balance between the two principles in order for the masculine force to become rooted like the tree. And I do always see the tree seems to be very much a symbol of the masculine force, right? Because it's like a erect penis in a way. And the planet can be seen as the feminine force. So the tree embeds itself into the planet, and it comes from the womb of the planet, if that makes sense. Planet being the metaphor of a circle, the tree being the metaphor of a shivling or an erect penis, or a triangle is also a symbol of masculine force. And this is bringing back to an interesting conversation point that was brought up earlier about how when you have two, wow, good things I'm prepared for this. Power just went off. When you've got two, you automatically engender three, for two is the mystic number of three. And so there's this fundamental connection between the process of duality becoming a triad, a trinity. And in the Kabbalistic system, the trinity then reflects itself down by becoming a unity, then polarizes to become a trinity, which then again polarizes to become a trinity, and forming the three worlds of the shaman, or the three aspects of the creative reality that express the basis of this universe and the fundamental reality of being. I'll leave it at that for you guys to hit the ball around and share what you think.
If I could add to the question I was asked, I like cheat codes, and the quickest answer I can give him is to be who you needed when you were young.
Very good, Killelle.
And the child.
I'm not sure who it was, but I heard that we had a Reiki healer in here, and I'm interested in hearing how maybe these kind of masculine and feminine archetypes maybe play into the energy healing, because as I understand it, the one hand is associated, I think the left hand is associated with the feminine and the right hand the masculine, and that there are different energetic effects to those.
Yes, totally. We receive with our left hand and we give with our right hand, which is why if you go to India and if you give anything to someone, it is customary to cut the force with your finger of the hand that gives, so that you're not projecting your pranic flow into the object given. And whenever a Vedic person receives something from you, they will cut the flow of their left hand when they receive through their left hand, symbolic of not becoming attached to the receiving, and symbolic to not becoming attached to the giving. Because when we give something, we can become attached to, oh wow, I'm so great, look, I'm giving something to you. And one to be feeling like one's in a sense of servitude because you're receiving something. But by cutting these two force flows, one is recognizing that it is the spirit and the great creation that gives, and the spirit and the great creation that receives, and it gives and receives through us.
Thank you so much for that. That's the first I've heard of that Vedic receiving and giving thing. That's so fascinating.
And I mean, I want to throw something out there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with, I've said this before. Killelle and MoonFeather have heard this before. But if you're familiar with the Bach saga, Norse story of, pre-cataclysm, etc. But one thing I really like is how they bring some of our etymology and some of our letters. Like one, they explain the letter P, which is a pole with a circle on it, similar to magnetic North Pole and, like Sirius or something going around it. But the letter P with a pole and a circle, like pi. So that's where you get people from. People. P on a pole. Pi on a pole. So our literal letter P is the representation of people, the word people, and the concept of people. The feminine and masculine is how you make people, right? So I find the ancient kind of knowledge of these, and I thought of this because of the letter 4, and sometimes when I see 4 and the letter F, I also think P, a flag, are relatively interchangeable. So when even the sounds that we make and the sigils or runes that we use to express that, the letter P is literally masculine and feminine. And prior to that, it would be like a circle instead of on the side, which would more celestial. It'd be like a circle with a line in it. They knew. So even when you say the word people, it's literally the letter P. So I just want to throw that's just an aside. I hope I was just throwing that out there.
Also the golden phi, the circle with the line through it. Yeah. Mark, I saw you unmute your mic earlier. I was wondering if you had something to add, if you still recalled.
I may well have done, and thank you for noticing. I'd say it's fair my children get a little bit restless, so I've just been up and down in the last couple of minutes trying to be the peacekeeper. So if I had anything to say, I apologise. I've lost my train of thought.
That's quite an interesting role about masculinity when it's finding maturity. Masculinity, when it's in a mature state, wants to become the peacekeeper, because the peacekeeper is how you protect those around you by keeping the peace. And it's very much sort of a policing role, which is the role of the masculine force to keep the peace between everybody. So I think you said a lot without saying anything at all.
That's right.
Well.
That's right. Excellent job, Mark.
Thank you. And I guess to add to that, how I kind of, I guess I'm learning about stepping into my masculinity. I've been on such a deep feminine dive, so I embrace the fact that's where a lot of our strength comes from, is masculine, from within that feminine energy. But now I'm trying to appreciate both polarities of the masculine and the feminine without attaching to what I consider representation of a masculine or feminine in. So for me, the peacekeeper is when we step off of our own timeline and become an observer to a situation. And we go in as a peacekeeper to appreciate the whole situation. That triangle, again, taking us back, or a trinity.
I just wanted to, if I may, comment on Franklin's question that was asked by a friend of yours, Franklin, if I'm right. So about the masculine. So my advice would be for any man who is truly on a journey to find who he is, to become one with spirit. Yes. Be true to yourself, and also find other men who are on the same journey and get together, talk to one another, encourage one another, because you just might not have had that, masculine role model in your own life, if you lack the father or whatever the case is, or a good just a good role model to direct you in that. And know that, yes, we are very few when we are on this path. We're very few, men and women trying to find, just find ourselves, and then find like partners that are like-minded, so then we could be equally yoked. And but just know that that the true feminine is always praying, and we're always praying for the true masculine, to give you strength, to give you guidance, to always be encouraged, to know that none of your efforts are in vain. We appreciate you. We love you very much. And to just keep on being true and being who you are, and we love that. And you will bring that into your energy, as long as you stay true to yourself.
MoonFeather and Franklin mentioned, what's the first word in masculine? Mask, right? So being true to yourself, and yes, everything. A lot of times, and I deal with a lot of dogs. If a dog usually is mean and will bite you. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep hearing a lot of stuff. If a dog actually is mean and bites you, it's actually fear. They call it fear biting. So
Exactly.
a lot of people will think pit bulls or whatever. Some dogs mean. It's out of fear. So a lot of us, and that could be male or female, but a lot of us in the masculine, we may, we don't have true rites of passages anymore to go, hey, you're no longer a child. You're now a man or woman. They do in some cultures, right? But the way the childish things now kind of become a man, right? Who knows? In some places that might be 12 years old. That might be 15 years old. But if you also lack accomplishments, if you're in a bubble, you don't run out and skin your knee as a young brave. They used to call, here in the Americas, they would call him a young brave. Then there's levels to this building confidence. Then you have a lot less fear, and there's a lot less biting going on as a man. Like if I feel intimidated by Mark, right? I'm like, Mark, I'm like, what's up, Mark? What's up, man? You know what I mean? But if I'm confident, right, and he's confident, it's like, hey, Mark, what's up, dude? Because we're both, that's not coming from a fear place, So there's levels to these accomplishments, and we don't have that too much anymore. So I would say even big, strong men, like you look at them and go, they look like tough guys. They might actually still have that childhood fear. And yes, be a child, but don't carry that childhood fear with you. That whole Plato's cave type of kind of deal. You go, I'm confident. So now I'm like that tree. Now I'm like that rock, right? Where you can kind of lean on, right? I have grit or whatever. And that comes with age and wisdom and experience, right? We do have a lot of, you would think anyway, age means you're seasoned and you have confidence, but that's just like removing some of that fear. Anyway, you guys get it. I feel I got a little lost, but you guys get the message I was trying to share.
Oh, very well said, Ronin.
Yeah,
Very
it's
well
amazing.
said.
From the heart.
And I think it's true about the initiation rites, and that we're going through so many different initiations throughout our life. And, there can be a lack of guides, can't there? And in place of those guides, the fake culture tries to come in and put all these layers on us. And that's where we start building up layer after layer of false femininity, false masculinity. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you're talking about initiations like that. That makes so much sense to me.
Very well said, Rama.
I totally agree, and with what Ronan's saying about the rite of passage and it was actually in my brain. So we're obviously bouncing bird brains. We both got birds on the brain, I think. Om Shanti. It's that shamanic thing in him. We're on similar, like wang, wang, wang. But the whole idea of prove, because he was talking about the P, the pole, and how men want to prove themselves. It's like a deep down thing inside a man. Like you feel the need, you've got to prove yourself to the world. And like he was saying, that once you've had that initiation or that rite of passage, you have proved yourself, you can drop the act. And so men tend to act because we feel we need to prove something. And we all know as men, we've all acted like, hey, somebody was telling me the other day, oh, it was you, Ronin, that he put his hand on a tree and like some story about when he was like, obviously, much younger, and how you try to feel confident. And I've done that so many times, when I was younger. Luckily I don't do it so much anymore. I think, like you say, with age comes a certain sense of like, you know what, I don't really care what anybody thinks because this is me. Take it or leave it, deal with it. That's what it is. I'm not going to pretend, But when we're young, we want to pretend, isn't it? Like there's a lady around, there's a guy, and you're a teenager. Like, I don't get scared. I'm not scared of anything, But actually, deep down, you're scared. You know what I mean? We've all been in that situation.
The peacock, the male peacock's the one that waves its feathers. It's like I'm doing push-ups and some ladies walk around. I'm like, 99, 100. It's the same thing, and really that boils down to the prime directive, right? I try to attract them. Right? Go ahead, Killelle. Go ahead, brother.
No, I don't want to cut you, Wilson. That's if you just think about how we always want to impress women. Like we wouldn't have material, we wouldn't build industry, we wouldn't make cars and some of these other things if it wasn't to catch a woman's attention. You know what I'm saying? So when you look at animals in the animal kingdom, like the peacocks or certain animals that do a dance to get your attention, like, hey, look at me. I ain't worried about nobody else but you. I want your attention on me. Watch me. Like that's for a reason. That's literally ingrained. We're talking about the prime directive. It doesn't get any more direct than that.
That's right.
Maybe that's why age makes it easier, because we've sort of been down the road, had kids, whatever, and now we can just we've got more important things. I think that's when a man finds himself, is when he's got kids.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because then he can drop that act of like, I need to attract a mate. It's like, now I've got something more important to think about. I had to prove myself to get a mate. Now I've got to protect.
So there's there's status. So there is a point where, as a man, you come into your own, and that age may vary, but there's you would think anyway. At least for me, there was a time when I came into my own, where, and I didn't really require any more external validation. When before I did, right? I wanted to be I wanted to be cool, and because of these same reasons, when you boil it down, it's the prime directive, right? But it's also the status of my peers, right? It's also because there's a lot of peer, there's male and male peer interdynamics as well. But when you become fully, you come into your own as a man, those things don't, they're not as important, the external validation, because you're like, I know exactly who I am. I know exactly what I'm capable of. I have nothing else to prove. And there's that. I mean, I think it's like around 40-ish, maybe mid 30s to mid 40s. There's probably like a 10-year time in there somewhere where you kind of, quote unquote, come into your own. So, yeah. And they say youth is wasted on the young. They say youth is wasted on the young. You got these young.
Absolutely.
I got some boys here right now visiting, and it's just like, they're big, they're strong, they have energy, they want to go, early 20s, they want to go. Like you're saying, it doesn't matter, just go, right? It is quite interesting to sit and watch. It's we all wish we had that wisdom when we were hindsight, but it's just how it is,
Yeah, wisdom comes with maturity. I
was just going to say one thing, just sorry to detract for a moment. Stjin and Ian both left. Stjin is actually, he's diehard. He's doing I think he's doing another live stream, straight from one into another. So God bless Stjin. He's, like I said to my gosh, man, you're like a role model for us to follow. You know, you just keep going. And Ian, I believe, had commitments he had to follow. So just thought I'd say those two did tell me that they were going to leave earlier, and I dropped the ball instead of saying, hey, goodbye. I didn't check the time. I think my power went off at that time, so I was trying to figure out light bulbs. But do please continue.
Yeah, I saw that. Because the lights switched off. Like, oops, it's goes dark.
Yeah, and peace to Mark. I think Mark or someone else is dropping off. MoonFeather. But Killelle, what do you? Someone was asking about the ages earlier, Pluto, and we know everything's been inverted. That's why I kind of mentioned I remember my own comment earlier about things being unnatural. Things have not been organic. We've been under attack. But Killelle, I know you got tons of on the number 4 that we probably haven't touched on, and also the astral, the energies in reference to where the celestial bodies are and the energies going on now, as opposed to earlier.
And also maybe what's in the landscape. You know, like I was thinking of monuments like the Hill of Tara and things like that when it comes to.
Killelle's my encyclopedia. Killelle's my encyclopedia. Yeah. He like knows everything. I just ask him.
Thank you. I try. I teach a few things, but I study many, many, many more. When you look at astral theology, when you look at how the epochs and move, how the procession of the equinoxes flow, you understand that things are always time released. So, you know, what they call global warming is for a very specific purpose, and it has nothing to do with what man is doing to the earth, which is horrible. The earth will take care of that. Spirit will take care of that. We only have to be aware and speak certain things to power. Now, as far as things being time released in Saturn is time. You know, the whole. If you look at the Bible or the Torah or the Tanakh through a numerical lens, for example, you are able to glean a certain kind of knowledge that isn't really talked about or propagated too much, because it removes, no offense, mystic, it removes the mysticism, right, which is needed. That was a spiritual protection. So if you look at Revelation 13:18, where it says, here be wisdom, the number of the beast is, it says the number, not the name. The beast is time itself. You see what I'm saying? So looking past the veil of time, we can kind of see what the actual, what's the word? What the point of it all was, so to speak. What was the actual nature of inception? So time has to be destroyed as well as venerated. When we invert the trees, to go back to that, just to show how important this is. And again, with being multidimensional, it's not that the tree is upside down. You're the hanged man in this world. It works the same in the underworld. So you want to find the bridge. You want to find that 1111 that gets you to the center of that Vesica Pisces, or as one of my favorite teachers says, right in the cusp.
Yeah, and I wondered if LiberLam had anything to say on that as well, because I know you know a lot about astrology, and I know as far as Western astrology is concerned, like Saturn is in Pisces right now, so I wonder how that relates to like masculine energy right now.
So I do have a comment on what Killelle said, because I think it's such a breakthrough kind of a breakthrough thing he's brought up, which is I think what I want to tie it to is how this kind of like time released of Saturn. I think that also relates to at least what I would call karma. And Saturn has a lot to do with karma, because, you know, Saturn is the strict teacher. Saturn is that kind of disciplinarian that's always going to catch you. and that you always have to, either fear or overcome. And so what's interesting about this is that it isn't this abstract thing. It's like karma oftentimes people think is about accumulating merit, but as far as ancient Indian and Buddhist traditions go, karma is a psychological thing, a psychical thing. It doesn't have to do with any kind of accumulation. So, any kind of psychological arising carries with it that karma. And so Saturn really is like being this kind of temporal aspect. It is what I think connects I almost imagine it as this kind of connective part that forms the center of the torus, in the sense of like the narrowest part of the torus. And it's something that can, the way that I think about it is it can kind of expand more or contract more. It can be, we gotta breathe. It can be a more active principle or a more passive principle. And so as far as astrology goes, as far as, actual karmic kind of yoga goes, Saturn is a very visceral and real thing. It's like we think that we can just have this kind of a discretion of what is actionable, but the actionable comes from the kind of a deeper karmic, not mechanistic, but kind of binding layer.
I would just add to that. But it sounds to me like you're saying that karma is a contract, an attitude that we contract ourselves to.
Yeah.
Like a disease that we
Birth
contract, right? Like a disease that we contract, a choice. And just to add to the story about the tree, obviously those birds are related to Saturn. Yeah. Crows, ravens, they are birds of Saturn. And they're also birds of Shiva. So you see the connection here. And in the same way that the birds of Saturn are upon his tree, as his head is going into the ground of the tree, which is diving deep into the masculine power. In the same way, Shiva is diving deep into the masculine power to sacrifice himself for Kali Ma to dance on his chest. So there's a very much a parallel story being expressed in the Vedic tradition and the Norse tradition, which seem to be tying a knot beautifully in giving us an understanding of this, exactly what LiberLam was saying now about Saturn. Beautifully said, the way, beautifully said, truly wonderfully said, about how karma is more of a mental attitude that we get stuck in. And the principle of Saturn is actually being stuck, if you think about it. The contract means you're stuck in the contract. Contraction means you will contract to a point from which you won't be able to expand or move. Get stuck in that point. So yeah, that's what I'll leave. I'll leave the floor open for. I see MoonFeather's back. Lovely to have you back. I think your connection might have dropped.
Yeah, and I love the idea of torus fields and expansion, expanding that torus fields. And then, I mean, like attracts like. I think that also involves the whole law of attraction kind of stuff. One thing that I see, oh man, am I going to switch? I don't want to switch gears from, you guys are on a good thing there, but back to how I see, and if I'm veering off, go ahead and steer it back. Forgive me. But when I see the attack on what would see is pairing, male females together, obviously you remove the masculine out of the household, right? And then you have the feminine kind of relying, who's their new, because they need balance. Who's their new masculine, right? It's typically the powers that shouldn't be, whatever that may be. Now you rely on them for safety. You rely on them. And unfortunately, this is a literal parasitic class. Now you're relying on a parasitic class that is not going to give you energy. It's going to take your energy. So regardless of if you're in that situation as a female, for example, you're going to try and find a masculine counterpart, and chances are it's going to be the power that booted out the last masculine, got rid of the last masculine, that's typically like, you know, like governments or whatever, or at least those that purport, you know, those that want to destroy that. And there's a reason why they do that, because they want to be in control and enslave you. So they want to, so to avoid enslavement, right, you would want to definitely do that work and do the trauma and learn, you know, have find a male counterpart that is whether it's martial arts, and they can handle these situations in a non-emotional manner. It's not always like violence. I mean, I think, Franklin, I was telling you this the other day during we had an awesome talk. It's also just something's happening. There's a fire. Oh, there's a fire. Oh, there's a thing. You know, there's something. And instead of freaking out, right, you could go look to the men and go, okay, guys, I'm gonna lay down. You guys could, you know, Shiva could dance. You know, I'm gonna run into the burning building. I'll take the scars and the pain and women and children first, right? So there's also that. If you notice nowadays, a lot of men, they don't have that center. They don't have that. So they'll freak out in a situation. You look around, something's going on, and you see not only women and children freaking out, but you'll see the men freaking out too. And you're like, oh my gosh, I can't rely on anyone here. You know what I mean? Everyone's running around, you know? So it's, and that is, unfortunately, to just take away that harmony. And, yeah, man. So sorry. That was just a little thought I wanted to throw out there. I know we're speaking high-minded stuff. I'm just kind of talking how that manifests in the, you know, on the ground floor.
It's so true though, brother, because men have forgotten what it means to be a man. And like you pointed out, something so profound, that Saturn also relates to the father. So in a sense, Saturn relates to the powers of the state. And so, like you say, you know, we've got the police to protect us, so we don't have to be men anymore. We've got the state to look after us, so we don't have to, you know. And so we are becoming like looking for that teat, you know. And men are looking for the teat a little bit more than what they should be in this modern day and age. And that teat, which is the state, has basically made us proverbially fat and useless as men. And it ties back to what I think Roman was saying in the beginning about, like, you can't find real men. Am I right? Or was that?
I was saying more rather that, yeah, I mean, maybe that comes into that, but it's more just can't find real women either, can you? It's both. It goes both ways, you know. Can't just point the finger. It's like
women can't bring their power, and the woman needs a man to root them. And when the man can root, then the woman can flourish.
Yeah.
But you're right.
I'm wondering how much the destruction of the landscape has to do with this and the changing of architecture, because I was just thinking about what Killelle and Ronin was saying about the Taurus field, because that was on my mind anyway, because I think I said earlier, I'm trying to stay in the conversation, but I'm having visions while it's happening, and that is, I'm experiencing the Taurus field very viscerally right now. But if you think, I was saying earlier, because you were talking about, you know, the masculine energy in terms of like erection, or I thought you get that same shape. I was like, do I say it on this live? But he's already said erection, so I guess it's okay. Like, you know, like an erect nipple as well. It's pretty much the same shape. And I was thinking of like the Hill of Tara, for example, in Ireland, or any of these kind of megalithic sites or whatever, where you have like a single standing stone, or you have a stone circle, or whatever you like, or a dolmen or whatever. And then with the Taurus energy, I was also, for people who like to look into these things about building shapes, how much the building shapes have changed. So we have less of the domes and those beautiful things like that. So the energy is probably moving very different all around us. And I can't speak for masculine energy, of course, because I have less of it. But I don't know what it's like for men. But I know when I'm in, like, I'm a London lady. I know when I'm here in London, or heck, even if I go to one of the biggest parks here in London, how different I feel psychologically and emotionally. Like, I feel free and wild in nature, you know, and passionate and capable and expansive, that Jupiterian energy. And it's like inverted Saturnian energy in the city, isn't it? It's more like restrictive to the energetic body. But surely before, when we had more of these things being built in the landscape, more of these sacred sites and different shaped buildings, the psyche of man and woman must have been really different. Like, and I think that's different wherever you go. Like, for example, I know a couple of years ago, I got to go to Mexico for a couple of weeks, and I was not in a big city or anything. It was the second time I went, and it was in the Mexican Caribbean, and my psychic senses came back on, and it was just like, oh, okay, it's because I'm not in a city. So I'm like, I wonder what that's doing to the masculine energy. Is that restrictive? There's the healthy Saturnian energy, but then there's the restrictive, inverted, unhealthy energy. And, you know, earlier on, we were talking about what is the tree uprooted, you know, it's death. So is it death of that wild, beautiful, like masculine energy and containment of it? So I feel like I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I feel like there's something going on there.
No, there's a couple things there. One is the flow. You don't want angles. You want when it comes to architecture, you want the flow, you want curves, and you want domes, but there's a specific agenda over the last, like, about maybe 50 years ago when it comes to architecture. If you look at these new buildings, and these could be like billion-dollar buildings, they're ugly. They have no aesthetic beauty to them. And that's on purpose to take that, you were saying, you know, kind of the vibe is real low. You know, that's intentional, as opposed to the previous architecture, which was beautiful. And you walk around and you go, the beauty, not to mention even just these healing centers that they turned into government buildings and churches. You know, they have geopolymers and different things in there to give you that better energy healing. They're healing centers, literally organs. You haven't the organs, right? It's the same word. So the sound going around these domes and the energy, these were healing centers. So yes, they want to destroy that, and they've destroyed all the bell. You know, there's countless destruction of these beautiful sites. So yeah, so now
on purpose as well.
Yeah, and if you look at that archetype, I can't remember the name. There's literal name of it. It's like just not macabre, but it's like just something to make you feel. Say that again.
Chapels.
Well, no,
I'm talking about. No, not.
Well, yeah,
perhaps brutalist architecture.
Brutalist, something like that. Yes, and these are expensive. So buildings, you know what I mean. So that's to create that vibe that you were saying you feel nowadays. That's intentional, and it is very. I guess it's toxic Saturnalia. You know what I mean? You have a toxic Saturnalia and you have a divine Saturnalia, right? Then you have all these phalluses everywhere. That's in every place, every town, everywhere. So that is intentional. And then to bring it just to
and the difference between the toxic phallus and the healthy one, right? Because we were talking about sacred sites.
And everything they do is toxic. It's inverted. It's unfortunate. I remember when I first went out and I got my own place. I'm I'm a guy, so I'm only masculine in that way. I had like just utilitarian stuff. I remember having a TV and I had a chair. You know what I mean? That was like about it. Because I was like, this is all I need. I don't need and it smelled clean. But then when you bring the feminine into it, they beautify the place. It smells better, makes life. You know, so there's beautiful. Just in my own life, I've seen what feminine can bring and what masculine can bring. You know, To all the ladies, thank you for making all the guys' houses smell much better. We appreciate it.
Earlier,
I love what you said about the Saturnia, and I completely agree. And I love the way Ramar dropped the hammer on this, bringing the Saturnia under the magnifying glass. You know, the fact that our houses. Okay, so let's look at this. Now we're getting back to what Ronin was pointing at, the ugly truth. And you can't talk about this without looking at the ugly truth through beautiful eyes. And the state, it wants us to be focusing on time all the time, because time is money. Money and time. Time, money, money, time. So by us having our buildings structured like this, we're more likely to be thinking about money and time. Because when you think about time, you think about the brass tacks. And like, so you have to think about money. When you don't think about time, you don't think about money. So they've got us living in these little Saturnian boxes that force us to continually think Saturn, Father Time, money. Saturn, Father Time, money. And then, of course, we need to jump through the financial hoops in order to manifest this little box. So there's this continuity of the moon and Saturn being applied to our consciousness. And then, of course, while you're running after money, living in a box, you're going to put up walls around yourself. So instead of getting connected with your inner masculine, a wall, a fence, and here in South Africa, a security gate with electric wires, because this is how you stay safe in South Africa. People didn't understand when I moved into this house why I didn't want an alarm system. They said, well, we'll put one in for you. I said, no, I don't want one. They said, you don't want an alarm system? I said, no, I've got a katana, I've got dogs. Do you know what I mean? That's, for me, that is security. But most people want to have electric wires around their home. And I was like, no, I've got a little boy. He's going to climb the gates and he's going to touch electric wires. You know, he's going to climb the fence, because that's what boys do. Well, that's what they should do. It's what they used to do. That's another problem. Children, they're not getting access to. We were allowed to do things when we were young. I think that a lot of children these days aren't allowed to do, and they get compensated for actual violence with perceived violence of computer games. We were allowed to be a little more violent, weren't we, than the children these days? And not allowed, but you know what I mean. Like if a child is, if boys get into a fight these days, it's like get out the medication and put them on Ritalin and make them stop, right? In our days, like fights at school was normal between boys. And it's something about that rite of passage, once again, you know, boys testing themselves with other boys and camaraderie, bonding in that way. We become so overly protected, and it all comes back to the box, you know, Saturn's box.
What's funny is I had a funny experience years ago. I was riding dirt bikes at my friend's house, and I went and I kind of fell. Made a turn and I kind of fell, but I hurt. My elbow was skinned up and it was bloody and stuff. And my friends, and I'm laying there like, oh, it hurts. Nothing's broken. I was fine. It was just, you know. And my buddy's looking at me like, okay, who cares? Get over it. Like, let's go. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay. So I get back to his house. I'm like, I'm being such a baby about it. And he's just like, toughen up. You know, this is a guy who's shredded his whole half of his body in a motorcycle. So me, I got like a little skin, you know. Anyway, I go to the house and immediately, who do I go to? I go to his wife to patch me up because her bedside manner is so much better. You know what I mean? And she, you know, her feminine ways, she, you know, wiped it with something, put a, you know, Band-Aid on it. I'm sure if I was a little kid, she probably would have, you know, kissed it or kissed my forehead or something, you know what I mean? And all that magic, you know, that's healing too. She, you know, she, as a woman, way better of a healer. And as my buddies are just like, as men, we're like, walk it off. Who can, you know what I mean? So there's an obvious difference. If you have, if you hurt yourself, you're probably going to go to the woman, your mom or whoever. And if you need help to fix the mechanics in an engine or something, or you have, there's a bunch of lions outside or something. You need to defend. You need to fix a car engine. You're obviously going to go to the male of the house. I know this is super basic, what I just said, but nowadays the basics, I feel, is like almost extreme nowadays. It's very strange. Yeah.
We need 101 in basics again. we do.
Yeah.
One astrological kind of thing I was thinking of that was that sparked a little bit earlier when we were talking about architecture and like this dichotomy between the brutalist and the natural is the theme of the dichotomy between Neptune and Venus. So Neptune is kind of like a controller in some ways, and Venus is kind of like a free-flowing energy, and so this also kind of ties into Saturn being in Pisces. Saturn, this kind of temporal element, sorry, I got off track a little bit, but Saturn plays a prominent role in both of these different, playing one paired with Venus and Neptune each, because Venus is taking on this more feminine expression. So Saturn doesn't always necessarily have to take on this kind of boxed in kind of way of being expressed. It can also be expressed through nature itself, and what we see when Saturn is in Pisces, when it's kind of in harmony with the Venusian energies, is that there's a harmony between the fantasy and the reality. So with Neptune, that's not always the case. You know, Neptune is when fantasy kind of gets obsessive a lot of the times, and when it comes back and bites us. But yeah, that was just an interesting little thing. I think that Neptune plays into that brutalist architecture, and sometimes I think that what we see in just modernity as a movement, as a social kind of thing going on, is this kind of obsession with kind of accumulation in a Neptunian boxed in sense, our fantasies being kind of directed towards something that is valuable and whatnot, and we've lost sense of how it's just received through the aesthetic.
I think that's largely because of the interpretation of Saturn. If we understand what Saturn's purpose is, what that energy is, in between time and fear is supposed to be developed discipline, right? So if we think about the long-term and the short-term Saturn return, the counts, you have the 28 to 32 for the long count, you have the 7-year, right? If you look at your life and the seasons of these intervals from 7, 6 going into 7 and 8 coming out of it, 13 going into 14 and 15 coming out of it, so on and so forth throughout your life, every 7 years, Saturn comes around and it removes anything you don't need. It is hard. It is brutal. It can be quick and swift, right? This is why people hate Mercury retrograde so much, because Mercury is what? The symbol of communication. Saturn deals with all of that. It encompasses all of it because we're talking about time, right? We're talking about lessons. Oh, you haven't learned that. Let me take that away from you. You're not concentrating on what I need you to focus on. That's what Saturn is here for.
Exactly.
I'd like to add to that as well. And I love the way you touched on that. Wow, beautiful. The perception of Saturn. And I don't want to lose my train of thought here. Though I have learned to consider Saturn as a constructive force. The constriction comes because of the constructions that are created. And thus the constriction of time becomes the collateral damage, if we can use that word loosely. Because when you consider the principle of Saturn, right, if you look at it from a theosophical perspective, and I believe the anthroposophists have a similar way of considering this, it relates to the green man. And the green man is the constructive force that builds the body. And so it also puts us in the structure of time. And so that aspect of the consciousness which constructs is also, the constructions become our contracts, in a sense. The potential to contract is how something is constructed, and that takes an extreme discipline, as Killelle was pointing out, in order to manifest. And here we're coming back to the point of manifestation, money being the gem, and the gem that touches all things. You know, in the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, that money is that many-faceted gem that touches the whole of creation, related to the Manipura chakra. And the Manipura chakra, I believe it's not really been well documented in books, because I've seen things that don't really touch base. Like if you spend enough time in India with real Gurujis, you get a different sense of it. It relates to a highly constructive state of being, which is very much manifestational. And the manifestational side of being does relate to Saturn, and everybody is striving to learn to manifest what they want, what we want. And we're forgetting that the power to manifest is the power to self-control, disciplined. And this is coming back to the masculine force of sacrifice, for it takes a lot of discipline to be able to take into ourselves and to sacrifice on the external, like what Birdog was saying, you know, I'm sore, well, drop it, sacrifice, you're fine, you're going to survive, get over your pain, it's just pain, it's just an experience of time. Saturn also becomes the way in which we can transcend time. And it's like Saturn and Jupiter are the same force, in a sense, masquerading as each other in terms of a polarity, two sides of a coin, which is a very interesting way of looking at Saturn. I find for myself it's very useful. But the fundamental point of Saturn being mistaken in this world is very much because we're always looking at the end. We're always looking at the brass tacks. We always want the final product. We're not looking at the process. And I think what Killelle's doing is he's showing us the process of Saturn, which is so much broader. Thank you for that.
Well, thank you. At the same time, I gotta point out something Ronin just said in the chat, because when we look at things from a perspective of ego, it's very hard to get an understanding of something. This is why having a connection with your spirit and your highest self is so important. Having that bird's eye view. When you look at comedians, can you imagine a world without comedians? I can't, and I don't want to, right? But when you understand, when you understand that, like Ronin just pointed out in the chat, a lot of comedians became comedians because they were bullied, right? So they needed that karma. They needed that trauma. We attract and we choose our lives, and we give ourselves this script to act out. And we attract this karma because it's needed. It is the literal phosphorus in our soil that's going to make us grow into what it is we need to be. So thank you for that.
An interesting thing that just popped in my head, kind of like the flip side of Saturn, is Fawkes or Dionysus, in that he kind of is a divine symbol in the sense that it's like he represents some kind of liberation, but it's very different from, you know, his counterpart Apollo, the Apollonian spirit, the sun spirit. Dionysus is more moon-like, and what's interesting about him is that within Dionysus is this dichotomy of the drunkard and the sage. So he is the wise man, but also this kind of reckless fool. And I think that plays an interesting role also, as like, you know, you have Saturn, which is contraction, but you also have expansiveness, and that expansiveness can sometimes just be freely allowed. I think that's one way that it can be healed in some way. Not that contraction is a wound, but that there is a kind of approach to Saturn, which is just in kind of overcoming the contraction as an obstacle right before you, and there's also kind of just going right past it, just either being so full of joy and ecstasy that you're completely oblivious to it, that you just kind of laugh it off, or being kind of so I guess numbed by the ecstasies that the contraction that you might get from something like sense restraint is something that you don't even feel. It's like you wouldn't prefer it necessarily the other way any more than you would this way, because you've got a taste of the soma. You don't prefer the lesser drink.
I love the way you're finishing my sentence, and you've added to it in the most meaningful and profound way that's actually caused me to bring what Ramar was talking about earlier, the toric field, and this relationship between the expansiveness of Jupiter and the contraction of Saturn. If you enter into a toric field and you keep going in, at some point you're getting out, right? So contraction, when you follow it to its extremity, it becomes the force of expansion. And when you follow the force of expansion to its extremity, it becomes the force of contraction. So there's something quite interesting in the relationship that doesn't seem very obvious, but when you put it in context of a toric field, it seems fairly redundantly obvious to me that Saturn does have this polarity. And it seems like we often tend to overlook this. And I think it's by design, as Ronin was pointing out to us earlier. You know, a lot of what we believe is being put into our minds.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because that was actually what got me thinking about that. When we were talking about the toric field and kind of how it has this contraction point within it, I was thinking, like, in this toric field, there may be this one point of contraction, but then all the points that are other than that, all the points in a 360-degree panorama to that are all expansive. So there's only one direction to go. It's like, you know, it's very enticing to get fixated and stuck in the contraction, but it leads only in one direction.
Anybody else?
I was just thinking quickly, yeah, that seems like what nature is like, because I know we say there aren't straight lines in nature, but that's not true if you look at certain crystal structures. Sorry if I can get the word out for a start. But also I think there's always order and chaos, and they coexist at the same time. They're within and they're around us, and they're not, I mean, I'm not one of those people who won't say there isn't good and bad, because I don't actually believe that. There's a very big difference between good and bad, in my opinion. I think that's New Age BS. But when we're talking about, you know, these natural forces, that chaos and that order intertwined, we can see that the nature of life is paradox, and we're always walking that line, like in the middle. So, and that's just what that made me think of.
I'm going to respond to that after MoonFeather. Welcome back, MoonFeather.
Hi guys, I'm sorry. This is the only time where I wish I had two phones, because I have to work on this phone and then I keep kicking myself off. So I'm sorry if I'm, you know, being a distraction or anything like that.
No,
It's just so
no
lovely to
worries,
have you
sweetheart.
here.
I already made a few jokes about it.
Oh geez,
And
but
I
after
said,
Franklin,
I started
go
a
ahead.
sketch with skydiving.
Oh my goodness. But after Franklin asked, gives his comment, I do have a fun question to ask, mostly from for the gentlemen that are on the panel.
Ask your question, please. Do. I don't want you to be. I'd love You haven't been there. What is your
Yeah,
question?
I'm really curious now.
Okay, so then we're talking about, right, about the divine masculine and we're touching on a lot of wonderful topics as far as, like, you know, the attack on divine masculine and things like that and stuff. So since we have, what is it, is it four men here on the panel? Is it 3, 4? But anyway, that I know that are on a wonderful journey, right, to know themselves and everything, and to figure out this whole life thing, you know. So my question to you guys are, so what is it that you personally, so this is a personal question, what do you guys look for when seeking a mate? Like, what's the prime thing that you look for? And there's no judging or anything. I'm just interested to know, you know, because I really don't have too much dialogue with a lot of, you know, masculine men that are in their divine masculine. So I'm just, you know, I would just like to know.
Brazilian.
And listen, and with respect, and of course, with respect to anyone who has a partner, but of course, you know, you could chime in.
Brazilian? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so we know you like Brazilian women, Ronin.
I'll let someone else answer. I'm kidding, by the way.
What about their personality do you like the most?
Oh, they have oh man, they do personality.
Yeah, that was it. Right on the spot.
I forgot they have, yes. No, I'll let someone else go.
Okay, well, I'm thinking about that, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really, really honest here. I don't think I did it consciously. I looked for someone that I could protect. And I also looked for someone that, I suppose, gave me the affirmation that I felt I needed. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, to qualify me, I suppose. I also looked for ESP. So those are qualities intermingled. Honesty, of course, very, very honor, very, very important. And integrity, I've always found that very sexy. When a woman can just keep it real. I've also looked for a bit of chaos, and that's because of what Ronin was getting at, the sexual thing, because there's something very sexy about a chaotic woman, to be honest, you know, as a man. When a woman can embrace her chaos, you know, and wildness and be wild. And so I've always looked for that, I suppose. I don't think I've done it consciously. I think consciously I was looking for, well, obviously being a man, you get attracted to the sexual aspects because we do tend to be very visceral as men. My Scorpio's in my North Node, so, you know, sexuality is a big part of my thing. It always has been. And being a practitioner of Tantra, I suppose I looked for women that can hold that deep, powerful feminine current.
Ongevraagd doen. Kijk met Thomas, dat weet ik niet.
So yeah, I think I've just sort of brainstormed a few ideas off the top of my head. It's not something I've really asked myself before. It's a brilliant question. It's a really good question for me to spend time contemplating. Another quality I think I've always looked for is intelligence. But that's just personally, I suppose those are the things that I'm looking for within myself. And I suppose it's a very good way to know what you're looking for, as to what you're looking for in a woman.
Oh, come
Very beautiful, Franklin. Very, very beautiful. Okay, who's next?
This is a very difficult question, but I've come prepared with, I think, a sufficient answer. So for me, Franklin brought up ESP, and that was something that I wasn't going to bring up, but ESP is very important to me, like in the sense that like I'm not going to be in a intimate relationship with someone whatsoever if I don't have a psychological ongoing psychological conversation with them. And for most people, that it just doesn't happen. It's like you just don't form that with them, and that maybe I'm not speaking for everyone, because I'm sure some people have ESP to the level where they're communicating at a very, right up there level. It's right at the surface. But for me, I guess I have more issues as far as intimacy goes and that sort of thing, especially being someone who is, for the most part, anhedonic. I don't experience really pleasure in like eating, orgasm, things like that. And so that kind of gets into the other side of it, which is, this is just kind of telling of my kind of Buddhist biases, but in Buddhism, they talk about the fetters to liberation, and I guess at like a intimate level, those are important to me. So some qualities that I kind of have an aversion to are greed, hate, delusion, lust, craving for finer or more coarse material states, and restlessness and conceit. And I guess how I see that playing out is in the passions themselves. Got to take a breath. And so like for me, the way that I see things is almost like you have this libidinal energy, and it can go into all sorts of things. But some people just they want to get it out of them as soon as they can get it out. And I feel that it plays into vitality. And I feel like me being such a sensitive being, I need someone who kind of doesn't have that coarseness all the time, who kind of chooses their vitality and their passions and the things they invest in over, say, kind of material accumulation and things like that.
That's beautiful. Thank you for your honesty. That's really, really wonderful.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, who's next?
I'll go. I look for someone who can deal with me because I'm a lot. I look for someone who truly wants to add on and who wants to win with me. Not just use me to win or just see me win, but to win together. And that encompasses just about everything that all of you other men have said already.
That's so beautiful about winning together.
Yes, that's beautiful, Killelle. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, who's left? Ronin.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the sports analogy.
You're such a man.
Shit. Really, I would say wise counsel, because I'm the head of the household, like a championship team, like a coach or whatever. I don't need I need someone to complement what I have going. So I need wise counsel. Being a king, being a Khan, K-A-N. I want to support myself with wise counsel. There's no competition. To join my house, please add. Like a toxic locker room. Like it's like one drop of like brown water can make a whole clean glass of water look dirty, but that takes us back to the contracting and expanding to get the flow. Has a lot to do with that. So we can clean out the water if we have good flow and we're not standing still. But I would say it boils down to adding to what I already have going on in my Taurus field, So I think wise counsel would be I would boil it down to that.
That's such a fascinating response, because wise counsel has also been kind of, as far as like the function of the wife being wise counsel and people and men seeking that out, that's kind of I think a core pillar to very powerful families.
Yeah, and I mean, you could even, and we've heard of stories of kings, and really they're getting a lot of the ideas maybe came from their queens or some other female in the background, but then the king he receives that advice or that information and goes and presents it and acts on it, right? So you're almost like the puppet. If you're good, you're like the puppet master, ladies. You want to be a good puppet master, you could. But yes, but of course done out of love and etc. So I would say that, really the wise counsel thing. And if she happens to be from Brazil, I'm not gonna be mad at that. No, I'm just joking, guys.
No, that's absolutely beautiful, Ronin. That's beautiful, Ronin. Thank you so much for sharing that. And listen, I mean, right? We don't want to
Oh, MoonFeather, real quick before I lose this thought, because there's harmony there, right? So you can, it's also like, I'm a guy, I'm gonna go do something, I'm gonna go destroy something. And it's like, hold on, you have that counsel, like, hold on, relax, let's think it out, and then you calm down, right? Whatever your ways are, ladies, you use your
right. It's called us women have the power of persuasion, right? And that comes off in many, many different ways, So I feel that if you are equally yoked with your partner and a woman is able to, and that she is wise, right? She's able to really judge a particular situation and sway her man, not brainwashing, not gaslighting. No, that's the far spectrum of things. But yes, sometimes, right, men kind of get a little bit, depending the situation, kind of want to, and they get into their masculine and I'm gonna do this. But then the woman would be the voice of reason. So that's what you mean by wise counsel. I absolutely understand that.
You want to I'm being rude. Sorry. Oh, also, someone who can accept me interrupting them, like MoonFeather. No,
you're right.
We want to, as I said, add, but all that is to increase the strength of the kingdom. I have a kingdom, or I have an empire. All that has to do with, are we all investing in making the empire better, right?
Welcome back. I don't know how to pronounce the first part, but Mr. Fawkes.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Thank you that I
just in time for a lovely question.
That
MoonFeather was posing wonderful questions. You just
yeah, I know. I missed a good hour of this, but I had to. I had my own podcasts in between. So
what was your question, MoonFeather? If you would ask it to him, and just before you do, Ronin, I pray that either your partner is Brazilian or be not watching.
Yes. So Stjin, my question was, right, since we have a panel of beautiful, amazing men who are in their divine masculine and on their path, right, on that path to becoming who they truly are, and really, working on themselves. So my question was, what is it that you truly look for when seeking a mate in a woman? What is that top quality for you?
Oh, that's a good one. Like I could like just give a very simple answer and just say everything that Fire-Fey is. But I guess I should try and explain a little more, because that's very basic, of course. Well, if we're talking about character, like what I do prefer is a woman who can push back a little, because I know I can be overwhelming sometimes, and especially when I'm very passionate about something, I have a tendency to just go on and on and on and on about it, whether or not my partner actually knows something of it or knows something about it or understands what I'm saying. That really doesn't matter. I'm on a roll and I keep going. So a little pushback is appreciated. But at the same time, just, very loving, of course. And yeah, this is also very basic, but just loving, understanding, and being supportive, of course. Like, this all sounds so freaking vanilla, but
I have a kind of follow-up question I want to ask, which is, how did your perceptions of what you wanted change? Because, like, before you got in this relationship, when you were single in that kind of bubble, you probably thought that you wanted something different than you want now. How did your perceptions on that change?
Sheesh. Yeah, I think at first I was very much looking for like kind of the female version of myself, very much into sports and occultism, mysticism, witchcraft, all that kind of stuff. But when I got together with Fire-Fey, like, we are very much opposites in a lot of ways. The most obvious being that I'm Dutch, she's American. She has like a lot of her family comes from the South, from South America. So she, like, that was one of the big things that that I struggled with in the beginning of our relationship, because being from the South, she'll call everyone, darling and hon and whatever. And I took that offensive at first, because I was like, yo, what are you calling everyone else darling and hun for? Thought I was that. Like, if you want to do that, fine, but then don't be involved with me. But like, that was a complete misunderstanding. But those are like the cultural differences that clashed. So that was a big thing that I had to learn to understand. But I mean, she's feisty. She's definitely feisty. She may not be the tallest, but she makes up for it in attitude and character.
That's true about small women.
But
from the heart, I love it. Beautiful.
But I mean, she pushes me when I need a little push into the right direction, and she'll bring me back down to earth if I'm way too up in the clouds. Like, she is, I mean, I guess maybe Freud was right in a way, because she does remind me very much of my my mother in a lot of ways. So there is something to it that men in their ideal partner, they do look for something of their their own mother. But
There's something familiar it is that you
yeah,
automatically seek in your partner. Doesn't
I mean,
necessarily have to be where you're a man that you're looking at traits that are similar to those of your mother. But it can work the other way around as well.
yeah, for sure. I mean, as a little boy, you know, who's your first love? That's your mother, of course. But yeah, like pretty much what my ideal partner, if that's, I mean, ideal, yeah, it's assuming she's perfect. Nobody's perfect, but someone who understands me, but who can also keep me grounded when, you know, going off too high, who can calm me down when I'm too much in my well, yeah, too much in my masculine energy, too much in that hyped up energy. And Fire-Fey, I mean, for some reason, she does it effortlessly. Like that was the first thing that we connected over. Like our energies recognized each other first before we like actually connected, before we, you know, got the bond that we do now. So yeah, opposites attract. And I mean, if you look at myself in Fire-Fey, that's quite obvious. That's quite clear.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Stjin. There's actually, I love every answer that you guys gave. It's amazing, and thank you for all of your answers, and yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. There's no wrong answer.
Someone in the comments was asking. I want to go to their comment just so I give them the wording that they first asked. I can't find it. It was like
the comment from Necrozized.
I think so. Yeah. What makes you feel empowered as a man? Something along the lines of that.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Wow.
That is a good question. I can't seem to find it in the comments, but it's a good question either way.
For me, it was very shallow for much of my life because I learned to fight when I was young. So I knew I could best most men. And it made me feel good about myself in the sense that if a woman was with me, she knew she was safe. You know, it didn't matter who the guy was, like I could protect her. And my friends. I think as I've got older, it's knowing that nothing matters. Knowing that what people think doesn't matter. Knowing that what happens doesn't matter. Because what matters is what's in our hearts, what we're bringing to this world in terms of experience and what we're taking from it. Yeah.
A phrase that I wish people would use more is of drinking the soma. And from what you've said, you've surely drank the soma, my brother.
Thank you. Well, I'm still drinking it. Still trying to drink more of it. And another thing, I suppose, is trying to embrace humility. And the more I find that I can like move slightly closer towards being a bit more humble, it was always a big problem for me. Because I always had I was cocky. I was really cocky my whole life. I'm still a bit cocky, but I was like really, really cocky. And
Franklin's always been cheeky.
Cheeky too, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it's learning to let things go as well, you know, knowing that I can let things go. Where before things would, if someone said something, I'd hold on to it more, and it mattered more. And which ties into what I was saying, I suppose. Just knowing that you can let things go and it doesn't matter, and that it's actually strength to expose my weakness. I mean, funnily enough, that's how you become a great fighter. Yeah, if you learn to expose your weakness, people will come at you, and then you can predict. You can set them up. Like, here's my weakness. Come on, you know, and then they come. Oh, you didn't see that, did you? You know. So, in that sense, that applies to the self with a moralistic perspective. That when we expose our most vulnerable parts of ourselves, there's not much left that can scare us or unempower us, and letting it all just hang out, you know. And one other thing that had a massive impact, and I'm going to say this straight up, I used to be extremely vain. I probably still am a bit vain, but I'm not vain like I used to be. And so, you know, a good old-fashioned beard did me the world of good, even though I used to be called Moses when I was younger. And I never quite knew how I felt about that. Like walking down the road and some young guy says, "Oi, Moses." And I'm like, okay, how should I feel about that? Or Jesus. In Sri Lanka, they used to call me Bin Laden. Oh my God. That was seriously, I was like, seriously?
That's kind of a good one though, you gotta admit.
Yo, Franklin is dropping bombs right now.
Oh my God,
Oh man.
Remember when we were talking about how YouTube is all sensitive about content?
Oh my God.
Oh man, like if you weren't in the bands already, you are now. Oh God, that's terrible.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to be objective about ourselves as men, because there's so much we've got to prove, and it seems like, you know, that we've got to prove something. That's like what the world expects from us, right? Like we've got to like prove, like what money you've got, what work you do, what this. There's just a list of stuff, expectations from us, in order to find our place in the world. And just letting it all just hang out and just is probably the most difficult thing to do as a man. I think as a woman it's much easier, maybe. I mean, hold on, let's see. How do the women feel about this? How would women respond to this? And after the other guys have also said any input that they want, I don't know what even the question is anymore. I got lost in the answer.
I think it was about empowerment. What makes men feel empowered?
If I could add to that, I've been trying to stay away from a certain comment since I first made it almost a week ago, and it keeps coming back up. So that's just spirit telling me to say it. Speaking from personal experience, what gives me the most validation, or as a man, the most empowerment as a man, to be honest, is the validation I get from children and animals, and on occasion women. Because children and animals, I don't have to question their motives. You know, when you've been attacked to the point of having the father removed from the home, with the woman being told that the government is now your father, and if you have a man here, you cannot get assistance. I've witnessed an entire level of quote unquote humanity be leveled by that, and it is a very, very hard thing to come back from. And that's just the reality of at least this part of the world that I'm in. So I try to be the change I want to see. You re-alchemize that energy into something for the good of all, you know, if that makes sense. There's a movie, Exodus, Gods and Kings, about the story of Moses or Musa or Moshe. And in the movie, I Am or Jehovah or God is depicted as a child. And I had to watch it several times to understand that I am that. For anyone who hasn't seen that movie, I would implore you to watch it, because you will see what it takes to get in touch with your own inner child, how the world will come against you and test you, and how you can ultimately prevail.
You got me
Beautiful,
thinking
brother.
about do you think there's an association between Moses and moksha?
Most definitely. The etymology of a name is always going to be your first precursor to that.
Moshe, yeah, Moses, Moshe, Meshi. That's where we get. Oh no, I'm about to go off topic. Killelle.
Mississippi.
What's
Mississippi.
that? Yeah, Mississippi.
Mississippi.
That's where
Michigan.
we get Michigan. Yes, that's where we get Michigan, and you know, Mexican. That's where Moses. That's based on Moses. So Moses comes from North America. Another conversation for another day. Forgive me.
That's going into the theory that like Egypt was America, or like
Correct.
like
that's not
Egyptian artifacts being found in the Grand Canyon. But that's a need for some other time. That's a whole other rabbit hole.
You know, they found the tomb of Alexander the Great, or Alexander the Bloody, depending on what you want to call him, in Ohio. They never found it in any part of the rest of the world, but they found it in Ohio in the 80s. And people still refuse to talk about it.
Yeah, and it's interesting to tie this in kind of, I mean, I like the word Maya in reference to the divine feminine. You know, that's something, if anyone wants another rabbit hole to go down, just when you see etymology in reference to Maya or anything related to that, that was a very wise, that's when like the divine feminine was like, you could really count on it to get divine wisdom and direction and guidance, you know. So Maya is kind of remnants of that. We can blame Connor. Hey, Killelle, we can blame Connor. He brought up Moses and etymology. You go down the etymology route.
I had to.
Everything you just said about Maya is absolutely true, but the interesting thing also is that Maya also represents illusion.
And that's why I don't trust women. No, I'm just joking, guys.
That is a very interesting point. Bringing back to, well, because now we're looking at the deep shamanism aspect of, you know, creation being a fantasy or a dream time being the structure of reality, and reality is a dream. We're living between 2 and 4 seconds in the past. Takes, depending on how healthy one's state of mind is and how well one's brain and hormonal systems are integrated, between 2 and 4 seconds for the structure of reality to be created and experienced as a mental construct, because essentially we're just in an ocean of electromagnetic frequencies that are vibrating at different rates. And the different vibratory rates are mass, different vibratory rates are color, and the different vibratory rates are smell and sense and all of this. So out of all of these different vibratory rates, the human brain constructs this wonderfully articulate universe of relativity with all of these different features, you know, of all the different 5 senses, well, 6 senses, because let's not pretend that the mind isn't a sense. Let's not pretend that you're not experiencing thoughts. So the six senses of this unit of this creation fundamentally define our reality, and so we tend to anthropomorphize everything in reality. You know, we anthropomorphize objects, shoes, people, and each other to a greater extent, which is why men, you know, have got this issue of pornography. Let's put that on the table. The disease on the table, which has been used by corporate industrial enterprises in order to entrap the masculine mind in a totally counterproductive practice, turning men into wankers, literally.
Devalue the feminine at the same time.
Sorry, yes?
And devalue the feminine at the same time as nothing but an object of lust.
Totally. And it's why we're so stuck in this dynamic in this world. It's why men are becoming so unempowered. That's actually a very good point, coming back to the original conversation. And Eleanor asked a really good question, which I don't want us to forget. I'm going to stick it back on the side there just so we can see it. But for men, I think pornography is a serious stumbling block. Women also suffer from it, but let's not pretend that it's more of a men's thing. It's like a men's disease. Women suffer from makeup, in my opinion. This is my opinion. Women suffer from makeup.
I don't know.
More than men.
I don't know. I don't have a pornography addiction. I never have, but I know a lot of women do actually these days, because it's maybe they start watching it because they want to see what their partner is looking at or what they're never going to be able to compete with, because they probably don't want to do that, you know, whatever else. But a lot of women end up actually, it's very rife in women these days, porn addiction, sadly. So it's
porn?
Because, porn.
No, I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with this.
Never heard of that. Yeah, it is, sadly. So
would that also explain the rise of like OnlyFans, and why every other girl, every other, you know, semi-attractive young lady now makes an OnlyFans, because, you know, sexual liberation, and you can make exactly. thousands from it and whatever.
Or
you know,
just even on social media, like how many women are just literally put their ass on the social media, like just because it's what you do. And I don't know, Franklin and I have had talks about the energy of what that does to a person, like all those energies.
Well, it gets clicks,
clinging to that their energy
likes.
body.
Yeah,
no, but like even just on a spiritual level, all those energies are like clinging to that woman's body, or if it's a male porn star, whatever. But you know what I mean.
Guys, I gotta drop off. I have supported a lot of young ladies' tuition through university before. I'll just throw that out there.
Brazilian
OnlyFans.
A lot of Brazilian ladies.
I'm just joking. Luckily we didn't have
Took
this.
me a second.
When I was a kid, luckily we didn't have this. I would have never left the house. Okay. I gotta drop. But yeah, Franklin, I couldn't imagine, man, if I was 15 right now. Oh my gosh, I would. But let me drop off for now, guys, and you guys continue. I'll keep listening. But
you probably have one hell of a muscular left arm.
Yeah, like I would no sun. I would just be, you know, pasty. I don't want to go outside. I'm busy. Anyway. So, lots of socks.
God bless you, brother.
Lots of stiff socks. Anyway, check.
Socks. Too much.
Guys, check
Bye,
out my
Ronin.
YouTube.
Take care.
Yeah, check out my YouTube. I'm gonna post a video on how to buy a Killelle Kiano NFT. It shows you how to. Why am I saying that? If you decode yourself, know thyself. Killelle is one of the best out there to help you decode yourself, and this will actually help you navigate in this realm when you know the code. So I'm going to share it on here. Check it out. You get a 40% discount on Killelle's stuff. We do. I'm not good at selling our wares, but you know what I mean, guys. So all love, peace, and harmony. I'm out of here, and I love each and every one of you. Thank you.
Have a
Love you,
blessed day,
Ron.
We love
Love
you
you
too. We
too.
love
Love
you
you,
too,
brother.
Ronin.
Stay safe.
Love you.
I'll find your YouTube address and throw it on the screen for people in a few minutes.
I got to thank Ronan for that because I am horrible when it comes to selling myself. I absolutely hate what people do with this knowledge when it comes to charging, being a pariah. I would do this for free if I could. I do. I give out far more readings for free than I do charging. And I keep my prices very low because you don't have to charge hundreds of dollars for this kind of information, especially when you can do it yourself. I have a book school on a book club on Telegram where I give books out all day, every day for free because it's so hard to get this information. But love, peace, and power to Ronan again for that wonderful show. Please, by all means, know thyself and decode yourself. Tap into yourself.
Guys,
I-
I'm sorry. If I could just jump in real quick, I am going to bow out gracefully as well. It's been an amazing space today. Ronan, thank you for creating this wonderful space for all of us to speak our truth and just vibe with you guys. This turned out much better than than I thought. I was like, what? This is going to be crazy, and it's even better than what I thought. So thank you so much. It's so wonderful to see everyone on here, and I wish everyone many blessings and peace and prosperity and love and joy and health and wealth. And just very quickly, I'm also thinking of possibly doing a live myself. I do have a YouTube, but I don't utilize it. And it's just basically to go in there and vibe with whoever wants to vibe with me, read energies, pull energy cards. I want to make it very fun, maybe just an hour, and just share myself and have others share, their experiences as well. Nothing crazy, just a very, very free platform. I'll let everyone know the details or with the days, the times, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I want to make it a lot of fun. But yes, guys, thank you so much. I wish everyone a wonderful, wonderful Saturn day.
Same to you.
Thank you, MoonFeather.
Thank you.
Good day,
I look forward
Taylor.
to
God bless you, dear.
your live.
Pleasure.
Have an absolutely gorgeous weekend, what's left of it. I hope you enjoy fundamentally. And can I ask you a favor? Have you got Birdog's YouTube close to hand?
Oh, I can send it.
Please,
got it?
if you could send it here, I want to put it on the
He
screen.
put the link to the video in the private chat.
And Eleanor asked a really good question. I don't know if you guys want to look at it. Just as we could call it a closing question, and it's a really, really good question. I mean, it's because of, as far as I'm concerned, pornography. We would have to ask questions like this. So run with the ball. Anybody that wants to.
It's a good question. It's a hard question. I mean, yeah, love yourself, but how do you do that? Well, first of all, stay away from, all that nonsense, because that's not going to help. And yeah, I mean, if you have any role models, I mean, I know from personal experience, I may not be a woman, luckily. Well, luckily, I mean, not a woman, obviously. Sorry. But if you have female role models, look at them and look at how they did it. Like that's how. I mean, this is going into the male again, but I do assume it works kind of similar. That's how my dad did it at first. That's how I did it as a father. You know, you look at your parents, you look at how they, you know, raised you, how they were raised, how they were with themselves, how they valued themselves, and you look at what they did right, what was productive, what was, you know, helpful, and you look at what wasn't, you know, because your first example of parenting, of loving someone other than yourself 9 out of 10 times at least, I mean nowadays maybe a little less, but are your parents. And I know I for sure had a lot of lessons to learn. I had to learn to love myself, still learning that. Luckily I have a great partner in Fire-Fey who is helping me with that. But yeah, you know, look at your examples, look at your feminine examples, and look at yourself, look at how you relate to them, how they love, and if that is something that you can translate to you in your own ways. Please, someone take it over from me. I am starting to ramble.
I think the first thing that came to my head anyway was know thyself, which I think Ronin said earlier. Because I feel like we so often think we know who we are and what we want and what we need, but do we? I mean, that sounds like a really simple thing, but I'm just questioning myself here, I suppose. But I think that's really important, you know, definitely.
Know thyself. Truly tap into who you are, what you like and why. Like that was a wonderful point with the role models. You know, who are your role models and why? Are they all males? Are they all females? Understand your placements. Tap into your astral theology. Tap into the energy of your name. Look at your friends. Look at your parents. If you don't have them, why not? Because this story you wrote. You already exercise all of your free will. By understanding who you are, the easier it is to understand that everything you think you see outside of your eyes is just a reflection of you.
Killelle, you always break things open in such an eloquent way. It always like shocks me like a breakthrough or an epiphany when I hear you speak. Amazing, brother.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I feel the same for you and everybody here. Like everyone here, you know, I feel like we're all charged to do exactly what we're doing and so much more. So I cannot thank you enough for that. Thank you.
I think what I would add to that is search your weaknesses and embrace them, because that's where you're going to find your power. We seek somebody that holds power in the places where we are weak, so that we can be a stronger team. And so that must obviously be the pathway toward balance, to move towards your weakness, move towards your, and practice the things that you're bad at. Because it's not only a pathway to humility, it's also a pathway to greatness and power.
I like the elevator music. That's always been one of my favorite genres, to be honest.
is gewoon vrij. Ja? Goed zo.
So, one way that I've kind of broken down the meditation experience as pertains to the divine masculine is that at the beginning of meditation, when you're first starting, you're just trying to apply action to stillness. It's like when my mind wavers, when it goes dull, when I get sleepy, I bring it back on track. And this is kind of like a meditation terminology that's used. It's a little bit technical, but the idea is that all of those actions that you take, they're signs, and that eventually those signs become a counter sign, something that is still and kind of routes your attention into a fixed position or a stationary point. And it's through that that you kind of bring. I guess I see that as like a major gateway. That's where the mundane senses, the mundane perceptions, the aspects of experience that you would consider ordinary start to kind of dissolve into one pointedness or an integrated experience. And it has a lot to do with the masculine not being the major focal point, and also the masculine, I guess, like in not being the major focal point, finding its way to the feminine, finding its way to inner satiation. I thought I would drop that in there.
Beautifully put, brother. It's all about the union. It's about becoming married to yourself. I think obviously you've got to love yourself. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. And in order to love yourself, you've got to learn to love life. In order to love life, you've got to love everybody. So to look towards the things that you don't like about people and learn to love them. Because that's what would happen if you were in a relationship. You would end up loving the person, and you would end up loving the traits that you thought you didn't love, because love would overcome the weakness of judgment or bigotry, which we all suffer from to some degree if we're honest with ourselves. We always think we know better.
Yeah. Or if you can't love those, well, flaws or perceived flaws, then just accept that they are there. Nobody is perfect. We are all human beings, or, you know, at least on this plane, we are all human beings. And so often we are expected to be perfect, or to do perfect, or, you know, do everything right away, you know, first try, 100%. So like that pressure, it's not beneficial. Just, you know, let it go. Accept that there are going to be flaws. Accept that there are going to be, you know, low points, high points. I mean, for sure, like Fire-Fey and I mean, we have our fights. We have our strife. There are things that she does every once in a while that I'm not too pleased with, and definitely vice versa. I'm not the easiest one to be with, so I do commend her that she is she's able to hold on like she does. But, you know, we accept that of each other, and if we don't like it, we'll just say it. You know, I have a tendency to flare up a little too much about, you know, minute things, especially if I'm, you know, tired, or have been really busy, or have my mind in a million and one things. Like, there are the smallest things that can, you know, cause me to flare up. And then she'll just look at me and be like, hey, was that really necessary? You know, just staying cool, calm, and collective, but still stern, you know, like she's got that mom look, and she's got it down. So she'll just look at me and be like, hey, was that really necessary? Then I come back into myself and be like, no, sorry, it wasn't. You're right. So she accepts that, you know, it is a flaw, if you will. She knows that it's not necessary, and she'll call me out on it. but she still accepts it. She still accepts it as a part of me. And, you know, she loves me for who I am, flaws and all.
There's a last question, which I think is quite useful. Is meditation necessary? Who was it that asked that question? It was Necro's asked.
I would say no. I think that devotional spirit is very powerful.
Well, meditation isn't necessarily sitting still with your legs crossed and like all the time. You know, meditation can be anything that clears your mind. My meditation is jujitsu. You know, when I get in the dojo, when I, you know, roll with the guys, that's my meditation, because I'm able to focus. I'm able to focus on one thing. I have to focus on one thing, and that is, you know, not get hurt, and make sure that like I do hurt the others well enough that they, you know, tap out, of course, but you know, it's I gotta keep focused. I can't really let my mind wander to anything else, because, you know, I'll get injured that way. So what meditation, whatever clears your mind, whatever helps you focus on a singular thing, a singular point, can be meditation. I think meditation is also very much a personal thing, a personal experience.
I think implied in this question also, though, is whether meditation will bring you to the treasure within. Do you need meditation to find your highest self, to find inner bliss, to overcome the lack of bliss within? You know, when you suffer and are bound.
It's a good tool, but not the tool.
One way that I think about it sometimes is like, you can't just tell a Western homeless man to go and become a monastic. It's not within everyone's kind of tool house or toolbox to take up what is kind of formally known as meditation. So it's interesting how we can work with the affections, things that would generally be thought of as lower, like ideology or kind of religious sentiments, religious, certain kind of like convicted ways of looking at things, and from that we can, you know, connect with others and have yoga, and in a way, like it can happen between two people, it can happen between just one person, but when those same things, like, you know, just the same mundane factors of a person's life play out in a way that's positive in like a conversation, or that brings out some kind of wholesomeness, then I think that like that's just how yoga plays out in life. It's a natural principle as much as it is a kind of actionable methodology.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like meditation, but that sort of sit down meditation, it's not always necessary. And I see what you're saying about just speaking with someone, because there are times when you just speak with someone and it's so profound, like it almost like the sensation is almost like it changes the air pressure around your body, the energy around your body, the electricity, like you can feel everything's different just because you were next to someone, or just because you spoke to someone, or maybe you were by a tree, or whatever it is, but it's a spontaneous energetic change that you've experienced through a union that maybe you hadn't even sought, but it's there, you know. So it's something about how you're like carrying yourself in the world to some degree, like before you even think about meditation, although I do think meditation is good, but I think there's other things we feel them first, really. Oh, and
Perhaps
walking meditation is really good, by the way. Just as you feel each foot go down on the earth, or even around your home, even around your bedroom, whatever, just being present in your body is pretty nice.
I would ask people to take into the etymological meaning and root of meditation. Yet again, we're back at another M word, right? The M is the center of the English alphabet, at least, for a reason. 13. Ask yourself if you can live without sex. Ask yourself if you can live without water, without music, without food, without admonishment, without amazing, without any of these different emotions, and understand that that is meditation. Meditation, sitting still in a lotus position, for me, may not be the same as someone b-boying on some cardboard, or spraying graffiti on a wall, or praising an old woman as she crosses the street. Meditation is going to be different per person, per your individual perspective. But is it necessary? Most definitely.
I would add to that as well. I would say that I think it's inevitable. I think the human condition, and I love the etymological angle that I was contemplating that myself. I mean, the word medi, okay, so it's medical. What is medical? Medium, going back to the center. So I would say that if we want to define meditation as a term, it means a journey where you're moving toward your center. And this journey of moving towards one center, as Killelle rightly said, happens automatically when you do something you love. So if you do something you love, it becomes a meditation, whether you know it or not, whether you think you're doing it or not, whether you're aware of it or not. You love your martial arts, you're doing it, it's a meditation. And so meditation isn't something you have to do. Maybe it's something you become. And you can do it to become it. If you love meditation, then meditation can be your route to becoming meditation. As funny as that sounds. But it can be really anything. I think that's what it comes down to. Love what you do what you love, and it will be meditation.
Meditation is nothing but centering yourself.
Yeah.
That you can do exactly on, as you said, various ways. You don't have to sit in a certain pose to meditate. You can easily stand if you please. If sitting is not your thing, if you think you're going to fall asleep, you stand up.
I'll add to that though. Formal meditation and the postures are sort of just it's sort of maybe pressuring yourself to fast track it a little bit by influencing the flow of your shen or your chi, your prana, through various nadis by the way that you sit. That's going to inspire you to enter into meditation state more easily, or you should do.
Breathing techniques.
Exactly, breathing techniques or martial arts techniques, they will be designed to center you because, well, in martial arts, you have to be centered in order to be able to throw technique or to spin a technique or whatever your angle is. So, you know, obviously these practices are very ancient. Martial arts comes from the animal forms. And the animals, I think, are a wonderful meditation. Listening to the birds.
Yes, in the morning or at night.
Sorry?
I said yes, in the morning or at night when it's still nighttime and they start waking up.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect time in the morning. I love those sounds.
Yeah, those are wonderful. Sometimes you have those days that you can't sleep at certain hours, and then you stay awake and you start hearing the birds sing. That's beautiful.
Oh, I have a long distance relationship. That's like every day for me. So
Yeah.
It's very rare if I'm in bed before 4 a.m.
Well, guys, we managed to do this for 4 hours. I know that we weren't expecting to do this for 4 hours, but we've done it. Possibly we should be rounding it off. We're going to be keeping people up here. Shame. People are going to be like suing us. You broke my diurnal cycle.
It's only
Yeah,
10
lovely
in the
though.
evening here, you know. And I did a show in between. First thing I did after the show was checking, are they still live?
Before we close it off, I do want to add in, kind of maybe to play devil's advocate a little bit for formal meditation, is sometimes people don't necessarily have the heart to sit down and do formal meditation, but the power that you get from developing fourth jhana, equanimity, you know, it really has this saintly quality to it, this purifying quality to it, where something that I've noticed is that in fourth jhana, you could be having intercourse and it could totally break off the attachment. It's a powerful force. Like it's one of those things where, you know, you don't notice it all the time, but when you become absorbed into a psychological affection, it splits you into two kind of streams of awareness. You have yourself here and this thing that you're no longer seeing, but instead looking at, something that you're kind of idolatrizing. And I think that, you know, people often think that the libidinal energies are cut off by this force, but that's not the case. Really, the libidinal energies are allowed to exist in a way that is as pure as, you know, the heart of a child. Kind of, you know, in that kind of old biblical sense of Jesus, you know, just sinless, totally weightless. And so I fully believe in the yoga of life itself, but the Buddha wasn't talking about nothing. There is this fourth jhana out here that's a powerful force for any spiritual aspirant, whatever kind of direction you take in that.
Totally get where you're coming from with that, brother. I have found that meditation for me is great, although I made a mistake once. And I won't even, I once tried to push a friend into doing asana for his meditation, and he had an issue with his knees. And I wish I hadn't, because he didn't want to do meditation after that. It's this perfectionist thing that we've got a problem with. Like, Stjin, you touched this beautifully earlier when you mentioned about we're not going to be perfect, you know, we are going to make mistakes. And I suppose it's that mercy aspect, the Jupiter feet pointing at mercy again, when we're going into that deep dive of the underworld and uncover our true masculinity. So these meditative practices can be a little bit merciless in some ways at times. And I think it can sometimes put people off, maybe, because you've got to be sort of gritting your teeth and going into it, and it's going to hurt your ankles, it's going to hurt your knees, you've got to be able to handle a bit of pain. And when you get through the pain barrier, it starts to become very lovely. It's like, okay, this is why I'm doing this. But unless people have that mechanism that they want to go through the pain a little, they probably will go, oh, this isn't for me. My back's sore. Oh, my knees are sore. Oh, my ankles are sore. And sitting for hours on end is going to show you all different sorts of painful parts of your body you didn't know were painful, you know?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Jiu-Jitsu did that for me, like especially when I first started training. I was sore in places I didn't even know I could be sore.
Feeling muscles
Nothing
you
like
thought you
falling
never
around with
had.
I continually make the mistake of trying to go full lotus, and almost without fail, I'll hear a knee crack, and I just hate that sound. My knees they're very, very flexible. So like hearing that crack is like, wow, pushing it overboard. I'm not supposed to do this.
Yeah, plus,
Connectivity
like,
vibe.
psychically, you can kind of overdo it with meditation as well if you're like not ready to do that. Like a lot of people kind of push themselves to do more than they're ready to do, and that I'm not sure that's that good for anyone's emotional or mental health. So there's that as well.
That's something you'll see a lot in the more new age movements, for example. They'd be so like obsessed with being up there, being in their higher spirits, being on the higher planes, that they totally ignore whatever is going on this physical plane, in this
Being the
third
body.
dimension. Yeah. So I mean, meditation, it's absolutely a good thing. It's absolutely good to turn inwards and find your higher self, elevate your spirit and all, but don't forget that to stay grounded. Like some part of you has to stay grounded, otherwise you're just gonna fly off and totally be out of touch with everything. I mean, as a more spiritual minded individual, it's already difficult to live a normal life, because you're seeing things that others don't see, and you know things that others don't know. Like, I really have a hard time like talking about football or talking about Formula One or whatever. Like, it doesn't interest me. I want to talk about like occult topics. I want to talk about spirituality and whatever, but then people look at me like, okay, whatever, man,
Yeah.
So
they're looking at you like you're from a different planet.
Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, with all the knowledge that we have gained over the years, or just in these 4 hours, or like I guess 3 for me, we might as well be for your average individual. But that's why it's so important to stay grounded, to keep in the back of your mind that you still do live in this body, in this third dimension, in this physical dimension. So yeah, definitely seek gnosis, find your higher self, find those higher planes, explore those higher planes, explore your higher self, but don't forget the lower either. As above, so below. If you want to explore the above, you gotta explore the below as well, or at least stay in the below, so that you can anchor yourself to go above.
There was a study done, and this is on the kind of downsides of meditation, which is that in kind of insight maps, there's this theory of the progression of meditation, which includes this stage called the arising and passing, and that's the difficult part. That's what Saint John of the Cross calls the dark night of the dark night of the soul, and it kind of relates to this idea of soma, of a spiritual ecstasy which is above other ecstasies. So almost guaranteed with meditation, if there is this point where you can go too far for your comfort zone, where you can experience a bliss that is too much for you to psychologically cope with, and it can leave a great feeling of loss. And that's where you definitely need time to figure out where that fits into your own heart, your own vitality in life, because the Buddha was talking to people who had chosen to give up their passions, their householder's existence, their ability to have a wife, because they were so devoted to attaining this high spiritual state, and that's not the reality for all of us. So some medicine can be like poison.
Yeah, I wondered about things like that in the past, because I used to like hang out with some Buddhist circles, and I wondered, like, sometimes can you be too detached? Like some people get to the point. I think I sort of brought this up a little bit earlier, but in the sort of groups that I was meditating with, they were sort of like losing all morality, actually, like not seeing right or wrong, just like anything goes, or detached from their partner, or detached from their body, or from society, or only able to mix with certain kinds of people but not with other kinds of people, because they're these lower people somehow, which is such nonsense. And all this, it was just like I kind of think the detachment thing can be taken too far.
There's this meme. I see it being shared around quite a bit recently, and it's basically it's funny. Like, it really reminded me of this monk. He's sitting in the lotus pose, and then he's like, I reached enlightenment. I am so much better than all of you.
Yeah, something
And
like
That's
that.
beautiful.
It's just
And-
random cockiness.
Yeah, no, but that's that's what happens. That is what happens within certain spiritual communities. Like, they have risen above, the normie, if you will. Not that that's much of a challenge, but still. And by that, like, they've gone kind of the wrong way about it. Like, they let their ego get fed by that. Oh, I have reached this higher level. I have reached this, this new rung. And kind of knows is, where the hell are all of you plebs? Like, look at me. This is what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
But it's what happens.
Right.
I have a very, like, brutish way of expressing things, but it gets the point across.
I love what you brought up
Doesn't
about
matter.
the problem with these new age groups, many of them. And you'll find that everybody wants to activate their upper chakras. They want to engage their higher energy centers. They want to gain some insight, awareness. But there's so much focus on the crown chakra, which meditation can be dangerous. And this is going to sound ridiculous, but you can die meditating. You can actually cause you death. You can go so far out that you go through all 9 gates and not coming back. And it's an interesting concept. You can accidentally go into samadhi.
Wow.
What a concept. So the crown chakras, like, traditionally in meditation, you're not supposed to be focusing on the higher chakras. This is what all these self-help books, I actually did a video about self-help books recently. And this is exactly what I'm touching on, is that these Western authors have written books, and even the so-called authorities from the East that have been a part of writing these books for Westerners haven't really been authorities. And so they've got these Western ideas. Westerners got these ideas that you've got to open the higher chakras and go up into the higher state of consciousness, bring your kundalini up, and that's the mission. Actually, what Stjin was saying is so true. What you've got to do is you've got to root your energies. You've got to become, it's like a house. Everybody wants to build a roof. Nobody's interested in the foundation. These houses are collapsing. That's what it is.
Well, I think that's something we need to hear more about, really. Like, I mean, I don't even do it on purpose, but I'm really crown heavy. I would like to be more rooted, but I'm not. I tend to be in my upper chakras, for sure. I would prefer to not be, actually. That would be nice.
Smell.
Scent.
The sense of smell brings you to earth. When you walk through a forest and you can smell the forest, that's how I know when I'm in the forest. Smell the forest. I'm there. And when I can smell forest, I feel like I'm an animal.
Yeah.
Like I'm moving like an animal. I'm walking. I feel like I'm an animal. Like I can't explain it literally in terms, but there's that feeling of like I'm a cat or something. I'm walking on the ground and I can feel the earth, and my senses are expanding into the physical realm. Sense of smell. Probably something that we should do more of. And I'm always plugging frankincense and myrrh. I can't plug it enough. I can see you burning your incense there. You're making me almost jelly. I haven't got any frankincense going here. But the sense of smell is what brings us back down to the earth. Because it's visceral, it's real.
I love that you said that you feel like an animal, because that's basically what we still are. We're just a very highly developed animal. We still have those animalistic tendencies. We still like our basic urges, just, I mean, food, fight, and fuck, basically. But like I said, I have a very brutish way, especially when we're going on for very long. The filter just gets less and less. So apologies. But like that's another very common mistake, very much like of the ego, that we place ourselves above everything. Like we think we control nature. We are, above the animal kingdom because like we are their masters, they are our pets and whatever. And like we have technology and we can cut down the forest and, we can rule this physical world. But, then at the same time, if we're destroying this world, we're destroying ourselves. If we think we're, ruling over our animals, if we're ruling over the animal kingdom, I do invite you to go on like safari in Africa, but on foot. See who's the alpha predator then, Trust me, it's not going to be you.
Yeah, so much truth.
And like even just with my cat, who is probably wanting to come inside, I haven't heard him for a bit, but I mean, sometimes he has control over me, if you will. He can be very persistent, to the point that I'm just like, okay, fine, I'll feed you. Just let me sleep, okay?
I'm allergic to cats, and my mom's cat it's just so enticing to me. I can't help myself but to pet her, and almost every time I get a clogged nose on one side and a dripping nose from the other side.
Wonderful. Algae.
I literally have to lock my bedroom door at night because my cat wouldn't let me sleep otherwise. She'd be trying to play fetch at 4 a.m. and throwing balls on my head and stuff, like, or meowing at me at 4 a.m. for food or something. Like,
your cat doesn't care. Your cat just wants to play. What's the harm in that?
Yeah, just at all hours. She's in charge for sure.
That's especially the thing with cats. They haven't forgotten the times of ancient Egypt when they were seen as gods. There's still some memory of that.
Yeah.
And they act like it too.
They do the Sphinx pose and everything.
Yeah.
That's why they're considered animals of the sun, solar-powered animals.
Oh, yeah.
Because the sun is always the center of the zodiac. It's the center of the hexagram. It's the center of, it's the center. Egocentric. I suppose cats are egocentric, fundamentally. And dogs are for the moon. So dogs are always looking for approval. So that side of us that's looking for approval is lunar, and that side of us which is egocentric is solar. And so we are bouncing between these poles of egocentricity and whatever you call seeking approval. Yeah? And you're either in one mode or another, or moving between the modes, it seems, in life. Which is interesting. Being around cats does bring that sense of expression.
Yeah, but cats are just like, they're great company too. They can be very low maintenance. I mean, very demanding, but very low maintenance. I can honestly say that if I, didn't have my cat in those years, that the whole world went crazy because of some, apparent flu virus that we called by a new name. Speaking of, crown and corona and whatever, I don't think I would have made it through the way I did if I didn't have, that company. If I didn't have him to keep me company, because that's the very basic of what a pet is. It's not lower than you. It's a companion.
Yeah.
It's someone to keep you company. It's someone you can, you can take care of, who you can look after. And I mean, my cat is my kid. He's just, he walks on 4 legs and is a little bit more hairier than my other 2 are.
Indeed. Little fur balls.
Oh yeah, and he has an attitude, but I mean, and
I wonder where he
and
gets that from.
what No, but I mean, he over time I did come to realize that he is my familiar. I mean, my cousin introduced me to him because she saw so much of me in him. She called me up one day and was like, "Hey, I saw on Facebook when I was on Facebook still that you were looking for a pet. Like, I know this cat. He's at the moment he's looking for a more permanent place to stay, because like he had a home, but it was more of a temporary home." She was like, he reminds me of you. He's also very stubborn and loves to eat and like very energetic, and I was like,
he was
our cats are so much
sounds
like
good.
us.
Yeah.
Is this a cat that you can pick up that you could show to the audience and the speakers?
Yeah. I'll be right back. He's a little fat cat, so if I if I shake with the treats, he'll come running back in. That's the only time he'll run. Actually, by the way, if you shake with the treats.
It's interesting that we've gotten talking about cats, because cats are a dynamic balance of masculine force. In as much as they're not seeking approval, or they're not looking to take something into themselves, they just give you what they want to give you, and that's it. Get out of my way. They're very male-like. Like the idea of men, like they want to have sex and then they're done with you.
Yeah. Look.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ow.
Yeah. You're ugly.
He's very talkative. He's a bit mad.
He's a ginger. He's a rowdy one. Just like
I have a ginger cat here too. I have a ginger cat here too, Stjin.
Nice. Nice.
A red fur ball. His name is Rakke.
It's very, very typical Dutch name.
Yeah, very. That kind of means like buddy in English.
Oh.
Yeah, but he's a big sweetheart. If he wants to be. If he wants to be, he can be a big sweetheart. He can also be a pain in the behind.
Little pest.
At times. But I mean, I got kids already, so like, why not?
Here's an interesting point: anode and cathode.
Say that again.
Anode and cathode. It's got to do with the battery.
Oh, right, yeah.
Electrons.
Yeah.
The one's giving and the one's taking.
A cat's purr is very energetic. It's, yeah.
Soothing as well.
Yeah, healing. Cats purr, like they purr or vibrate on a level that has a healing frequency.
They can break down cancer cells.
Wow.
That resonant field.
Wow.
I've heard it said. I can believe it.
That wouldn't surprise me at all, actually.
This is a shamanic concept that animals have got siddhi. That animals have the powers and we just don't see it. And like, you see your dog seeing a disembodied being or a spirit, or your cat seeing something something that's not there. And sometimes you'll be like,
seeing something. I'm like, what's in the room? Tell me.
And there's all sorts of powers that animals have that we don't realize. Like, look at the bumblebee. According to physics, the bumblebee can't fly.
Yeah.
According to aerodynamics, the laws of aerodynamics. So every time a bumblebee flies, it breaks the laws of physics as we know it.
Yeah.
So there's something to be considered about what does that mean about animals. And these powers that we have from a shamanic perspective are unlocked by the animal archetypes, the animal intelligences that live within us, that bring them out of us. And so there's something deeply profound about the ESP of cats. And I've noticed, like, okay, there's this cat that follows me here from like 1 kilometer away, all the way through the penguin sanctuary. And his name is Namaste. He's a black cat, beautiful black cat, from the place where my son eats chocolate pancakes. You see me in the video taking you to the chocolate pancake factory? I call it that. There's this black cat there that often followed us home just a couple of days ago. He can't come into my house because I've got like a subtotal of about 90 to 95 kilograms worth of dog in here. You know, so total. So, but he follows me all the way into my gate, you know. And interesting. The way I can feel this cat when I'm walking, they like have a very powerful, if they want something from you, they can call you. Have you ever noticed how if a cat looks at you through the window, you can't resist it?
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Why? Why? Try to do something else. It's not going to happen because you just can't concentrate on what you're doing because the cat's like, come to me, come to
They're
me.
hypnotists. Plus, they're really good at creeping up on
You
you.
will do what it wants because it's got power.
They're ninjas as well. They could be assassins like easily because they can sneak up on you without you knowing they're there like so easily.
I'm almost certain that a regular house cat, if it was so compelled, could slit a person's throat in a lethal way, but they just never would do that.
Interesting.
It's probably true.
When cats went through an alchemical process to be changed and shrunk down from tigers, lions, you know, just go back 25 years, they were ligers, right? But when you look at the Kemites or the Egyptians or the Timerians, that's why they are said to have worshipped cats. They didn't worship cats. It's just that they had a cat in every house because a cat represented the divine feminine, and it will absorb all the negativity. If you have a house cat, excuse me, you can watch a cat will typically go from window to window as the sun moves. This is why they sleep so much, because they're constantly absorbing the negativity to re-alchemize into positivity as she walks right back. You see how that works?
Yeah.
And that's very interesting what you point out from the days of Chem, when the feminine and the masculine were reversed. This is actually quite an interesting point of conversation, because Atlas used to be obviously masculine, right? Mm-hmm. And then Atlas became Selene, and the sun used to be feminine, right? But then the sun became Sol, became masculine. And Saturn, if you look back, Saturn was the crone.
Why do you think that is? Because, you know, like the Romans had a sun goddess, and then the Japanese had a sun goddess, and then the Celtic tradition had a sun goddess. But then it's masculine and almost everything else.
It's like night and day. You go through a cosmic night and you go through a cosmic day. And in the cosmic day, what's masculine is feminine. And in the cosmic night, what's feminine is masculine. So there will come a time in the future when the sun will again be feminine and the moon will again be masculine. And I think it must have something to do with the center of the galaxy and the alignment of vibrational fields.
Yeah, and with the energies that come off it and that they control. It's something I have been watching some more, you know, decoders channels lately, because it's just very interesting. I'm not much of a decoder myself, more like seeker of gnosis. So if anyone else is proficient at it, like, you know, Killelle and Birdog and that whole crew, you know, I love watching it. But like if we just take the male and female orgasm, for example, you know, going a little raunchy. I mean, we're 4.5 hours in, we can go raunchy.
We are talking about masculine power, so why not?
Yeah, sure. I mean, like a solar flare is like it's a lot of energy. Like it's a huge energy burst all at once, and then it's pretty much gone. Very much like the male orgasm. It's a huge energy bursts with a flare of things, let's just say, other kind of plasma, and then it's gone. But with the female orgasm, it's like the moon, creating the waves. It comes in waves, another wave, another wave, another wave, and just keeps
Lucky
going
woman.
on. Yeah, right. And keeps going on for longer and multiple times in a row. Well, if the sun, for example, flares up multiple times in a row, it loses too much energy, and it will extinguish sooner. I mean, comparatively.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I do also understand why the sun is seen as feminine and why the moon is seen as masculine. I talked about this on a fairly recent podcast on my own show, actually, that women are, of course, they are the life givers. Through them, life is born. Well, we can't really live without the sun, without sunlight. It's very important to us. So the sun is the life giver. It provides us with life. It provides us with warmth, as a good woman will do. The moon, on the other hand, assuming it's indeed a satellite and not artificial, other kind of talk, but it can't shine without the light of the sun. So there has to be a very powerful light woman behind the man for him to be able to reach his full potential, to shine. And it's the age-old saying, after every successful man is a dedicated woman. And it's true. I always bring it back to myself and Fire-Fey, but it's because we embody so many things of that. I can most certainly say that I would not have pushed for so many things. I wouldn't have pushed to do the podcast or do roundtable things like this, or even write a book, which I just finished yesterday, if it wasn't for her support.
Like the book, brother.
Yeah, I like just yesterday finished my my own book, semi-fictional. I have it. I asked a what is now a good friend of mine, Ethan Indigo. Love that guy. He should be on here too. He's so knowledgeable. But I asked him to be my my editor because he's also a published author and is in this, does kind of the same things, talks in the same kind of realms that we do. So the rough document is now with him to read and edit and go over. Once he's done, I hope to actually publish it, just self-publish. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't have done those things, or even thought of doing it if it wasn't for Fire-Fey telling me, you want to do that, and go do that. I support you. And if you're stuck, I'll help you. So I do believe that a man, to reach his full potential, to really be the divine masculine that he can be, he needs that divine feminine to have his back, to support him, and
Inspire.
in that way he can support her as well, because that is a man's role. Of course, he is the the caretaker. He takes care of his woman. He takes care of the children so that she can take care of the household, can take care of him. So yeah, I can see, going back to the celestial bodies, I can see why they are seen as both. It's because they incorporate both.
Where will your book be available, and have you thought of a name yet?
I have a working title. Well, a title that it's under the Pagan Revival: A Guide to Ancient Wisdom for the Modern Times.
Nice. And are you going to publish it on Google, or have you got a different?
I'll probably just be self-publishing it through Amazon.
Sorry, I meant Amazon. I said Google. I meant Amazon.
Yeah,
Right.
no, I mean, I have it all written in as a Google document, and I of course downloaded a copy as well. Can't trust Google, so
yeah.
But I don't know yet when it will be available. Like I said, it's with Ethan Indigo at the moment to read over and maybe edit a little. And when he gets back to me, I'll be thinking of a publishing date. I'm thinking probably around Mabon, so like between the 21st and 24th of September. Like I wanted to do it on so right on the pagan calendar, like right before Samhain, like about a month before.
That's a powerful time.
Before Samhain. Yeah.
Around the
equinox. So I was thinking of doing it then. Also, since Thane Josh of the Grammar Pagans just released this book, Shadow Crown. It's just got approved as a physical copy as well, and I feel like if I were to publish my book now, I'd be like stealing his thunder in a way, like being very selfish, like, oh hey, he published his book, awesome dude, but what about my book? So that's why I'm doing it a little later, and just naming it and kind of promoting it wherever I can, wherever I go. So
lovely. I'll look forward to it. Shall we wrap this up? Shall we wrap this up, people?
Already? We're just getting started.
Killelle? Feedback, people?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there's.
And let me take this thing off. It's still on here. There we go. So we've still got Soraya, we've got LiberLam, we've got 6 of us. Okay. There we go. I was hiding my page. So are we going to wrap this up, or do you guys have some last or some comments, some things you want to broach?
Killelle had something to say, but
there was one more thing I wanted to say to a point earlier, talking about extremes and meditation. For a good visual example, for anyone who may have seen the movie Dogma, written and directed by Kevin Smith, that depicted Alanis Morissette as God. That would be an extreme in the way of, when you hear the voice of God in this realm, it would literally kill you, right? But the opposite or the inverse effect of that, I would challenge anyone to go to YouTube and type in blind people hearing for the first time. And you can see a series of blind people, from young and old, being able to actually hear because of technology. Now, I'm not advocating technology. We're all going to use it. We're using it right now. We don't have too much of a choice depending on how off the grid or on the grid you want to be. But I'm just proving a point. When children hear their parents' voice for the first time, when elderly people hear their children's voice for the first time, you see a very similar effect. You know, there's this break in the wall of emotion, and this flood occurs. That is the magic in between the extremes. If people did not go to extremes, we wouldn't know how far we could actually go. You know, so I just wanted to add that.
Exactly.
And I think that just based on the nature of birth, there's only meditation for the sake of kind of satiating the fact that we are immortal spirits. I think that's one of the most powerful driving forces in spirituality, or it can be. Just that you're an immortal spirit, and you don't want to be experiencing the same things over and over again. You want to challenge yourself and learn, and so that definitely includes compassion towards yourself, but also that compassion can be, you know, like a sword. It can be like the pillar of severity in Kabbalah.
I like that. That's beautiful. And I do think that there's something to be found in gentleness. I think the true spirit of a man is to be gentle. Because strength, and I was contemplating this a while ago, the difference between strength and power. Power is when you're using your strength, but strength is when you're holding back on you're not allowing yourself to lose your essence. And so the symbol of a man, masculine force being embodied in a balanced and harmonious way, is about not using power, but having strength. And that's got to do with holding back, in a sense. You know?
And knowing when to use power, when to use strength. That's more wisdom, of course. But yeah.
Yeah, that's what we need our women for. To show us, like, no, now you've got to, like, use your strength. Now you've got to hold back your power. Because when you use your power, it's like you're losing your strength. Think in terms of martial arts. If you strike, you lose the stability of your stance. But when you're in a state of not striking, you've got the total stability, right? The moment you move, you go in, you strike, you have to put yourself in a vulnerable position. And because you're acting dynamically, you don't have the same stability as when you're just in your base, when you're not acting. So your strongest stance point for martial arts is when you're not doing anything.
Yeah, same with jiu-jitsu.
That's when you've got your strength. And the moment you strike, use power, you've lost some of your strength.
It's the same with jiu-jitsu. I know that very much in the beginning of my training. You know, I was already, like, I was in my early 20s. I was fit, I was strong, so I thought I could do everything just on strength. Yeah, for maybe a minute, and then I was gassed. You know, my muscles were just giving out because I used up all my strength. Then I learned to use, you know, technique, learned to use others' strengths to my advantage against them. You know, I became more
adaptable.
Maybe it sounds a bit weird, but became more powerful in that way, because I knew when to, you know, when to use my strength, how to use my strength, and that became my power. That's that's how I improved. So yeah, martial arts is definitely a great teacher when it comes to using strength and using power, when to strike and when to hold back.
Well, I'm feeling. I hope we're going to be able to have much of a recording. I hope we're going to be able to have recorded most of this. We'll see what how many hours I didn't even check what the maximum limit is. I've got the top tier, so I think it's 4 hours. Or is it 6 hours? Maybe we'll get the whole lot.
Well,
I don't know how we're going to spend 5 hours.
440, 43, 44 seconds.
Yeah, we're at
So almost.
let's say we're at about 4 hours 40.
yeah, almost.
4 hours.
I was right when I
Yeah.
was right when I made the joke about the marathon. We should have called this the round table marathon. You know?
I mean, Necrozized in chat already suggested just doing an all-nighter.
Maybe that's an idea one day. We'll need to get like a whole lot of us and like get in and get out and have showers and have something to eat.
Hang out with the penguins.
I need a lot more coffee for that one.
Yeah, I feel like we should end by, I don't know, saying what's beautiful about masculine energy, because we don't hear enough about that. Like, what's the best thing about masculine energy? That. Interesting, especially to hear that from men. So I'm just curious. It's gone silent.
What's beautiful is when it is received, when it is venerated, when it is purposefully applied, when it is remembered, when it is cultivated, and when it is directed by a feminine field. Much like if you look at a clock and imagine that that's the earth, the arrows of time would be the man. But it is the energy, the battery. It's not just the feminine energy, but it is the clock itself. And it is so easy to find our direction when and where we are, when it is properly welded by the feminine energy.
Wow. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Killelle, you have a wonderful way of speaking.
He's a poet.
Take a page
I always think that he's a poet. It's amazing.
Same here. Every time I hear him, I think poetry.
He was trained as a priest, so some of the training might have been.
Makes sense. A poet.
I went to seminary school, and from the age of 4 to 16, when I finally walked away from it because I was getting in trouble for asking questions that no one could answer.
I feel you. That sounds like school days. Yeah.
Oh, typical.
I was a poet, and then I was an MC for a short time, and I thank you. Speaking is something that it is still very jarring to me. I attempt to just open my mouth and let what comes out comes out. My mouth can be very wild. You know what I mean? At the same time.
A natural sage. It's lovely. It's good.
Well, I make no quarter for the truth, and I ask none. It's all you're gonna get. So it's a prophet is never accepted in their own home. That is a multi-dimensional scripture for many a reason. So I'm selective, I guess you could say, with where I choose to speak, but Franklin is family. And I'll always show up for family.
Been so great having all of you here, and what an amazing mix of people. Unfortunately, we lost some of our treasured guests earlier, but all I can say is we really dropped the bomb on getting the right group together. We'll have to do this again with other topics. I've actually enjoyed this so much. It's been cathartic for me.
Yeah.
Such a delightful conversation.
Yeah. And just as a female, I just want to say, because it doesn't get said enough from females, like masculine energy is so beautiful, or maybe it does, but it's like doesn't get said in the media so much anymore. Now it's like the opposite. There's a bit of a campaign, isn't there? But you know, frankly, when you were saying that, I think that, and I think who was it? Mark was saying about that earlier too, about men being sort of like peacemakers and the gentle energy and the difference between strength and everything. And I have noticed when a man is really centered and really pure and in their authentic true self, that to me it's like one of the most beautiful energies on earth. And I like, not in a, I don't know, whatever way, but like I kind of bow down to that, because, you know, in the same way as a man would bow down to a woman if she's in her genuine feminine energy, you know, she's being real, whatever that is, because we're a mix of masculine and feminine, but you know what I mean? Like when you're like really bringing the truth of what masculine energy is, it's pure and it's beautiful and it's this amazing container, and it always makes me feel balanced. Actually, it makes me feel good. So I welcome that. I'm really I feel really honored that I was allowed to be a part of this roundtable discussion thing. Like, I didn't feel like I was qualified in any way to be here, but just so it feels really cleansing for me too to be here and to share in this. So I'm just so honored. And
You brought a lot of value.
I love the masculine.
Everybody, you all brought a lot of value. It's been an amazing conversation. Stjin, Killelle, Liber, and Soraya, we didn't hear enough of your voice. Your mic was coming and going. I don't know if it was your device or your connection.
I think a combination of both.
What you did add was lovely and very heartfelt, and very grounding. You've got a very grounding presence, which is really lovely.
Thank you.
So that's what we were talking about, as the grounding presence. And it's the masculine, presence in itself is simplicity, in my mind. And the feminine spirit is highly evolutionary, it's complex. It's going to create things out of everything else. The masculine is just putting in, like, there's the first idea, here's the seed, and the feminine will take that and run with it. I know what to do.
You can make things as easy and complicated as you want it to be. So if you think something is complicated, it is complicated. You think it's simple, it is simple.
It's true too. But the masculine energy is very grounding as well. That's
yeah.
It's not it grounds
it's about centeredness, really. The more centered you are, the more you show it, and people will sense it.
Yeah. Although men do sometimes like oversimplify things, or just don't want to admit to things, like especially when it comes to like putting things together from IKEA, or just like putting furniture together. No, I don't need the manual. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Some men have that.
I've had a manual set before.
I'm a bit like, I don't like manuals, but I don't
that
mind
would be
struggling.
my husband. My husband is very easy with putting things together. He doesn't need a manual. He says, voila, there it is.
I need a manual and still do it wrong, and
I'll do it wrong. I'll do it wrong without a manual.
I have a tendency to skip steps. I just be like, oh, like I can like go from step 3 to like step 6, because then like step 4 and 5 would be easier, and then I read step 4 and 5, and I'm like, oh, okay. No, it's not. Thinking a little too far ahead sometimes.
LiberLam, do you have anything to add?
I've gotten so sleepy, but it's a time that I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I've exhausted my vast amounts of energetic ADHD.
Been totally lovely. Everybody's Kylle's dropped some serious thought-provoking stuff. So have you. So is Stjin. So is Ramar. And what you've touched my heart with, Soraya, is reminding me about how we overcomplicate our thoughts. It's so fundamentally important. Nature inspires simplicity. To just be in it and not to overthink. I think we've been taught to overthink. I think we've been taught.
Oh, heavily. That's why so many people go to bed and can't sleep because their mind runs free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that goes back to
one closing statement that I want to add.
That's what brings me back to the to the question: is meditation necessary? To me, yes, because meditation is the best way to clear your mind.
And going even further back from centering in your heart, getting out of your mind and getting in your feelings.
Exactly.
Because the mind will tell you 1,000,001 things, but it's the heart who will tell you the truth.
Exactly. The heart keeps things simple. The mind makes it difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the male energy, though, in a way. We're talking about Leo and the cat and everything, and how that's kind of masculine energy, because, of course, the heart is Leo. So
Yes.
maybe that's what it boils down to: is the male energy is a really powerful heart.
The lion heart, the courage. Yeah.
Cross is pointing back at the heart. The cross.
Yeah.
And where we started with the inversion on the tree, the arm stretched out like a cross. And the cross is also the symbol of the cube. Once again, to close us back what we were talking about with Saturn and the houses we live in, the cross is an unfolded cube. So when you put your hands like that, you're a cube, which is an interesting concept to embody the form of a cube.
Would that be a good way to harness the powers of Saturn? Just
yes.
like that.
Yeah, yes, it would.
To heal that within.
The cross, depending on how you want to look at it, is a 4, right? From every angle.
Yeah.
Now, Saturn's 4, right? We're talking about that.
Oh,
if you understand that the heart chakra, or the heart is the 4th chakra, right? Again, we're talking about Saturn. Not only that, but when you invert that, you get 7 all around. You see, like now, I've got to speak from where I am. Again, here in America, the only bill that has not changed is the $1 bill, which is also the 1111, right? So you see how when you put that together, again, you have the cross. This is also where we get to saying, speaking, or thinking outside of the box. When you unfold the cube, you get a cross.
Yeah. And when you're angry, you get cross.
Yeah, when you cross someone. Crossing over to the other side.
Yes.
That's a good
crossing over to the other side.
Out of that 7th, flying out of that 7th chakra, like you were saying, Franklin. If you meditate
and it's
too
also
hard.
the fourth principle of hermetics.
The mind is all it's mental.
I did a whole show.
Whatever it's called.
I did a whole show with Ethan Indigo just on the number 4. Like that was, I believe, one of his first books was about, or at least the first one that I got to speak on with him. The Ethan Indigo, the 4th initiate. Also as a tip of the hat to the Hermetic principle, indeed, to the to Hermetics at least. Ethan Indigo, you should all look him up. He's a good one. He's definitely a good one. The Philosopher's Stone.
It's interesting how just last week I was doing, and I haven't uploaded it because I'm probably about, I don't know, 80, 70 something videos ahead of my what I'm uploading. And so I'll upload it in a while. But I was doing about polarity and about how polarity is essentially 4 and how 4 becomes 8. You know?
Yeah.
And how 3 is a mystic number of 4 and how 3 becomes 6. And how they revolve around 5. And these are all different takes on polarity. And we think of polarity as being 2, but there's different forms of polarity. You know, there's different paradigms of polarity. And that 4 paradigm of polarity is something that's interesting that you mentioned it to me just yesterday or 2 days ago, wasn't it? Or,
yeah.
Something like that. And I was thinking it's funny how synchronicities are coming up because this keeps coming up at the moment. So it's obviously, it's the time for us to be understanding these things and for people to be hearing these things and for it to be coming out because it's in the universal egregore, in the group mind, if you will. These principles wanting to come out and see the light of day and meet understanding face to face.
Yeah, there's much power in numbers and numerology, and yeah, it's one of the, sorry.
Yeah. No, please continue.
Numerology is definitely one of the first things that caught my eye, that caught my attention. I've always been like quite bad at math, but numerology is something that always interested me because I kept seeing the same things like pop up over and over, and things just, it didn't make sense. So that's when I started researching things and eventually fell down so many rabbit holes that I found myself ending up here on a roundtable podcast with, you know, shamans, decoders, like all kinds of mystical people. So in a way, awesome, but also strange road.
For those of you that are interested in numerological readings and expansions and decoding based on numbers, I believe you do that, Killelle. That's the link on the screen. I suppose people will be watching this retrospectively as well. Is that the best way to do information? Or?
Numerology, you know, you spoke to something very poignant a second ago, Stjin. Numerology is the first language, right? There we have a trinity: numbers, music, and sex, right? These are universal languages, and you can't have any of them without numbers. We count moon cycles, right? We count births, we count deaths, we count crops, we count days, we count dollars, we count everything. You cannot have
on each other.
Right. You cannot have a coincidence or a pattern without numbers first. So alphanumerics is a very, very, for me, easy way to tap into not just myself, but to tap into anything. And I love using the process to help people tap into themselves. So that's ultimately why I do readings. And it doesn't take much, you know, you only have to study yourself numerically. 1 is masculine energy. 2 is feminine. 3 is genius, it's the child, it's the comedian. 4 is stability, it's the algorithm, it's routine. 5 is beauty, travel, the risk taker. 6 is a homemaker, and I don't mean sex is like a woman. It means people revolve around the home. 7 is the spiritual loner. These are the people who can be by themselves and feel completely attended like they were in a crowd of hundreds. 8 is the boss, is energetic. And for anyone who may be familiar with like the dollar store, right? The dollar store a couple years ago raised their prices from $1 to $1.25. 125 adds up to 8. We're talking about karma, because that's magnetic. If you look at many things you enjoy to buy, whether it be low cost or high cost, you'll see that the price adds up to 8. Right? 9 is completion. It is adaptation. It is the ending. And there's only 9 numbers. Everything after that is a repeat. 0 is not a placeholder. That is a derogatory term. It is a divine portal that births everything else. This is why 9/11 was one of the reasons why it was such a great slap in the face. It was also the birth date of the Aquarian age, right? Because it skipped God. 10 would be the divine numeric representation of that, right? The I am, the I-O, the light, the masculine and the feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Strange thing to say, but it's late. But would a sperm be like a 10 because it's got the circle and the tail kind of thing?
Yes, you could definitely say that the sperm is ultimately that one, the one that becomes the brainstem and the cerebral cortex, right?
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
the process by which that happens has been largely misappropriated. And when you understand what that actually implies, so in other words, when a man puts his seed in a woman's womb, there are millions, if not billions, of sperm released. If that woman is to be impregnated, it is because she has already written that contract and that one sperm has already been chosen. It is not that it is strongest, best, or fastest, or any of that. It is chosen. The rest of those sperm actually go ahead to sacrifice themselves, to give that sperm enough power to get to the egg and cause a nuclear reaction. As opposed to, oh, I'm the best, I'm the strongest. That's not what it is. But see, this is the version of creation. Remember, like, we don't have men, quote unquote, in the spiritual realm. There is no gender, right? We only have the inversion when we come here. We know that we're one together, which is why marriage is so important. Relationships are so important. This is the way we're supposed to get children. Back in the day, when you laid with someone, that's how you actually became married, as opposed to this idea or concept of time, where you have Saturn, while women and men wear earrings, nose rings, while we put the wedding ring on the 9th finger, right?
Yeah.
All of these things correlate. You know,
and left hands, of course.
Like, exactly. When you see things numerically, and not saying it's the only way or the best way, but it's very, very easy to see because it's just a pattern. It can't be a coincidence.
Yeah. I believe that even like hooped earrings were a sign of subjugation to Saturn.
Indeed.
Like Saturnian priests or priestesses would wear hooped earrings as a sign of devotion to Saturn. And it is indeed also where, you know, wedding rings and all
Rings of Saturn
come from. Yeah. And like that makes me think of like the old school portrayal of like a halo, of like a small ring of light above your head. Like, would that also be like one of the rings of Saturn? Because it's,
yeah, maybe.
you know, if you look at, let's say, you know, cartoons and whatever, it's always just this ring of light. Well, if you look at, you know, the paintings of, you know, of Jesus, of Mary, of the apostles, it's always just this big light, you know, shining from behind them. It's that, you know, that illumination coming from their like from their crown chakra.
Right. Originally, interestingly enough, the original depictions of that were of afros, right? And it wasn't just because they were first, but it was also because Saturn is what they call the midnight sun, the sun you can see at midnight, right? Because it's black. It's the one sun behind the sun giving out the true light. So the blackness of the afro, then the light coming from behind it, that got or juxtaposed next to what we now call a halo. But the halo goes right back to where we are in time, like a spiritual marker when it comes to this corona thing, right? Because corona means crown, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why they actually had to change it to COVID. We've always had coronaviruses, right? But that was
common flu. Yeah.
right, which they've never been able to kill, but that's getting into common sense. Right? This is how they program the narrative. This is how they use what we already know instinctively and spiritually against us when we don't know ourselves collectively, if not individually.
That got me really thinking the ring of the arrow can be facing up towards God, or it can be facing forward.
Can't hear you very well. Mike's
something's up with your connection, or your mic's covered, or something. But anyway, I mean, with the whole corona, COVID, like whatever. I mean, coronavirus, it was mostly a virus of the mind. You know, you were taught.
Careful what you say. But
I know. I'm not.
It's definitely a mental illness.
Not saying it's mental illness, but it was a lot of.
No, I believe it was, and it still is.
It was definitely mental illness. It was
a lot of hypnosis.
Mass hypnosis.
I mean,
that's for sure. I mean, that's
yeah.
what I mean with an illness of the minds, because you were like, and the propaganda, because it was so pushed by the media that it's dangerous and this and that and stay home and save lives and get the shot or else you'll kill your man.
Such nonsense. Yeah,
Sheldon was the thing
around the sun.
Chocolates, wasn't it? What was the word? What were we talking about? The kind
Chocolate.
It was
sauce.
chocolate.
It was like chocolate sauce after eating too much chilies. That's what it was.
Oh yeah.
What was that, guys?
We were thinking about COVID and code.
No, we got to figure out these codes because these algorithms will watch us.
Oh yeah.
Like, you're talking about that. They'll ban us. They won't let us get seen by anyone. You know how these
well, you better not
work.
start talking about the weather now, because that's the next big one. Can't say that anymore. Otherwise, you'll get a disclaimer under your video.
We're on
just get out of half and play some
okay,
strings.
we're now moving into the alien agenda.
Yeah.
Yes. Look, it's been totally lovely with you all. We'll have to close it off now. I think we are hitting at
over 5 hours.
Wow.
We're past 5 hours. Yeah.
5 hours and 20 minutes.
It's really long.
5 hours and 20 minutes. I didn't know it was possible, but it is.
That's a
There
feat
you
of
go.
the internet. And talking about valuable things the whole time.
Totally. It's been engaging, so engaging. So my dogs want to go outside and pee.
They definitely need to, I guess.
No, well, they were in the house with my son's mother and him, but I think they've all gone to sleep like hours ago. 2-3 hours. Been totally great. God bless you all. Om Shanti. Thank you guys so much for being here. I have
a lovely evening.
Have a great day, guys.
Thank you.
It's been amazing, guys, and girls. Let's not forget the girls. So, thank you all. It's been
We'll
awesome.
be in touch.
Yes,
Om Shanti
indeed.
to all of you.
Sure.
God bless to all of you at home. Those of you that are left, we've still got 7 people in the room. Can you believe it? Blessings to all of you. I hope you guys are well, enjoying yourself, taking it easy. Be well, take it easy, and God bless you all. Om Shanti.
God bless you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, peeps.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.